All right, here we are, everybody. It's the 9th of February, 2025, and the ice is melting around the Commonwealth of PA. And that's kind of the big news. There's that thing going on down there in New Orleans. So those of you that have watched it, did watch it after the fact, or if you're going to watch it, hope you enjoy it and all that. So we're going to embark on a tradition that has been in this channel, thanks to the inspiration of cousin Ken Castro, where we do baseball stuff on this channel on the day of, football's big game. You're not allowed to use the name. I can't write the name. It says use Stupor Bowl because apparently that's trademarked or something. Anyhow, so here we are. And I'm going to be reading a thing here before we get started that I think is really, really cool, from a thing called Just Bats. It's a company. And this is called 9 Reasons Baseball is Better Than Football. So I'll have it up here. And if you want to read along, you can. Yep. All right. Here we go. 9 reasons why baseball is better than football. I think we'll just bring it over here and just put it like that. And you can look at that. It's no surprise that many believe football considered the most popular sport in America. Meanwhile, baseball's popularity has steadily lost ground to football nearly every year. Just Bats is biased towards baseball and softball, particularly toward baseball bats and softball bats. So the trend of football surpassing America's pastime as a favorite sport is disappointing. In this article, the bat experts at Just Bats outline 9 of the top reasons why baseball is better than football. So here we go. Baseball, the sport some believe is only relevant to grandparents, is better than football. Here are 9 reasons why. There's no clock in baseball. We know this, right? Time is precious. Despite public perception, the average Major League Baseball game is around 3 hours, whereas the average NFL game lasts 3 hours and 12 minutes. Part of the reason football games last longer is because the clock stops after nearly every play. Additionally, quarter changes, halftime, and a lot of non-action items slow the average football game. Baseball, however, doesn't have a constant clock that stops and starts. Worry about clocks, timers, and life at work. In football games, baseball's only concern is continuous action on different levels. All right. You want to play football? I hope you receive that D1 college scholarship. Only one NFL Hall of Famer didn't go to college. It was Bob Hayes, according to this article. And all 250 players in the 2016 NFL draft went to a university. To play professional football, you need to attend college or hope a scout finds you in the Arena League or Canadian Football League. After high school, baseball offers a number of different avenues to the professional levels, including college, independent league, semi-pro, Dominican League, as well as a number of international leagues. Football doesn't technically have a minor league system. Baseball has multiple minor league levels along with the other aforementioned avenues for a player to continue pursuing their dream. Injury risks. You've heard a lot about ulnar collateral ligament UCL injuries, or at least the injuries that repairs the UCL, and that is Tommy John surgery. But this injury now has a 9 to 18 month recovery time, and most players are able to play baseball again after the surgery. Meanwhile, the most serious injury in football is chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, which is a progressive degenerative disease that results from taking repeating blows to the head. Boxers get this too. This is my little aside there. Most players don't recover from CTE as it results from a lifetime of severe brain issues. Basically, baseball injuries often affect the player's arm and are recoverable. Football injuries can impact the long-term health and well-being of the player. Now, I will say this, though. There is one injury in baseball that can be fatal, and that is a beaning, and they still happen. So hard to recover from that. But let's move on. Earn it. And I love this one. Football players can make an immediate impact on the field after leaving college. For example, Mike Ditka had 1,000 yards receiving in his 1961 rookie year. Randy Moss cut 17 touchdowns at 21 years old, and Ezekiel Elliott rushed for 1,631 yards. In 2016, baseball players have put in a lot of time before making the professional leagues, much less making an impact. Case in point, Hall of Famer Derek Jeter played 463 minor league games before reaching the majors. In fact, outside of Bob Feller and Dave Winfield, there aren't a lot of examples of players going directly from school to the show. Another one, of course, is Mel Ott. It's not enough to just have talent in baseball. The journey takes longer and is more difficult. Doesn't that make it more fun to cheer for a baseball player over a football player? More games. Do you know how often football teams play? Once per week. Sure, football is demanding, but baseball teams play nearly every single day during the season. High school baseball players play 25 to 30 games per season. Minor league affiliates play around 140 games per year. And Major League Baseball plays 162 games, not counting spring training or postseason. From March through November, you can find a baseball game being played on television. Football, a Super Bowl team plays a maximum of 20 games in a season. College teams and high school teams play less than that. Whether you play or just watching, baseball has more games, more opportunities, and more times to be great. There's no I in team. Offensive linemen dating models, punters making newspaper front pages, and fullbacks getting followed by the paparazzi. Yep, that doesn't happen. In football, only a few get the glory and spoils that come with it, most notably quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers. In baseball, the last man on the bench could be that day's hero, including utility infielder hitting a walk-off or a relief pitcher recording the big out. Football takes a team to win, and so does baseball. But baseball is better because every single player on the roster has a chance to make the headlines and grab the glory. I love that. In-person experience, football is primarily played in cold weather or quote-unquote football weather. Baseball is a sport of spring and summer. You may define fun differently, but soaking in the sun's rays with a cold drink and hearing the sounds of baseball is more fun than freezing. Additionally, you can catch a foul ball at a baseball game. Good luck doing that at a football game. Skills. With all due respect to a handful of high school athletes, football players don't play offense and defense on a regular basis. In football, you're either part of the offensive or part of the defense. In baseball, nearly every player must hit and field their position, so you're able to see your favorite player swing a baseball bat and catch fly balls with their glove. Moreover, how often does an offensive lineman take snaps as the quarterback? In baseball, players are often versatile and play through multiple positions in the ball field. Still think any athlete can play baseball? Ask Michael Jordan about his thoughts. Baseball dates back to 1839. Of course, we know it dates back further. Just putting that in there, guys. And the sport got our nation through 2 world wars, the Great Depression, Babe Ruth calling a shot, Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier, Kirk Gibson, Joe Carter, Carlton Fisk, Ripken. These are moments and players that we not only remember, but they're woven into America's fabric. To quote Terrence Mann from Field of Dreams, the one constant through all the years has been baseball. Sure, football has history, but baseball has history and a legacy. So while not the most poetic thing, I think it's a very, very well-written article. There's Bernie Strom, and it's true. And again, it's all going to be subjective, certainly, but it was the great Ted Williams. Hey, Mike, welcome in. It was a great Ted Williams who said the most difficult thing to do in sports is to hit a pitch baseball, and he's right. We hear time and time again that the greatest hitters in our game fail 70% of the time. Nobody could hit for Barry Bonds or Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig, right? Nobody else could pitch for just one batter, for Christy Mathewson, and then, or Carl Hubble or Steve Carlton, and then come back in, right? Baseball, once you're out of the game, you're out of the game. You don't rest your players. You can't go to your best guy. I don't care how great of a power hitter, right? Barry Bonds came up once every 9 times. Babe Ruth once every 9 times. Jimmy Fox once every 9 times. Basketball, you could always go to Michael Jordan, In football, you could always go to Franco Harris, what have you, or Lynn Swann or whoever, right? You could always go to your best player. The long grind of baseball. And while it does harken back to an older time, I don't think in any way that baseball is irrelevant. And again, my very biased opinion, since a child, whatever, there is nothing more exciting than October baseball. Just nothing, right? So all that's going on there today is a 1-game championship. And so Mike, you had your no, this is different. We're going to get into yours later. And man, I'm glad you finally came in. It's been months, man. So still want to have you on here. We're going to have Derek Bain on here probably in a week or so. I'm sure you know about Derek. So hopefully we can do this, Mike, and get you on Mike even a little bit later. I don't know if you'll be watching the football game, but if so, enjoy it. But no, we're going to be going back to your integrated mod and your text file for all times greatest franchises. This is a different one. Welcome in, my friend. So we'll get to the game here in a few minutes, but part of what today is going to be is not just playing a bunch of baseball games, but really wanting to celebrate this great pastime. Maybe I'll grab a few books. We're gonna look at some of the great seasons in baseball. Talk about them. Maybe pick a game. Have somebody in the chat pick a game and say, let's just for fun, let's replay the 1951 shot heard around the world. Let's play Game 6 of the 1975 World Series. Let's play Game 6 of the 1986 World Series. Whatever. Let's do it. We're gonna have people when we do Diamond Mine Baseball, have folks come on the mic. All you got to do is read the screen, call a couple innings. It's fun. We'll just however this goes. So he wasn't planning to watch the Super Bowl originally, but he does kind of want to see Mahomes make it 3 in a row. Well, good luck, man. So I kid around. I'm not anti-football. It's not that. It's I'm not a sports fan. I'm a baseball fan, and I'm a baseball fan not only for its athleticism, which it is. It's a tough game. 0.5% the people that start at rookie league ball even make it to the majors, and only a fraction of that, or only a part of that percentage, stays, makes an impact, and even smaller makes it to be what we call the greatest, right? So, but it's also, as that article talked about, but you go much deeper. Baseball's history, how so much of what is in baseball has become part of our everyday, sort of lexicon. That, you mentioned the name Babe Ruth. People know who that is, of all ages. It's kind of like, and Ruth, I think, is an example of one of these people that transcends his own ecosystem, his own art, his own whatever. So many people, you say the Beatles. My Irish great grandma knew who the Beatles were. Non-football fans, I'll say the name Babe Ruth. Oh yeah, I know. I've heard of Babe. I know who Babe Ruth is. But there's less anonymity, right? Too. Maybe these become tropes and things like that. But how we measure baseball players, it's a team sport, but there's individual focus. A scout goes to a ball game and he's watching just one player. He's looking at one player. A little bit hard to do with 22 guys in the field like you have in American football. And we have metrics to measure across the decades. The stories I've heard just you guys call, I still or talk about. I mean, it blows me away that I know somebody, not yet personally. I mean, as far as face to face physically, it's so great to meet you. We have a guy here in our broadcast that saw Ted Williams play, the actual Ted Williams. I mean, this is huge, right? I mean, he saw Ted toward the end of his career, but he saw Ted Williams play, right? The man who hit 406 the same year that Joe DiMaggio had a 56-game hitting streak. The man who, arguably the game's purest, greatest hitter. And Bernie saw Ted Williams. Ted Williams, I've seen plays on films, and of course, playing vicariously through these digital baseball games that we have, and of course, cards and dice as well. And that blows me away. Ken Castro talked about the very, very first game he went to see with his dad. And so a few summers ago, on that day, I remembered the day that Ken said that was, the date, the year, the whole thing. And I did that game. And that we can remember those things. So many people talk about great memories of going with their grandfathers, grandmothers, whatever, fathers, uncles, cousins, baseball, playing out there. We played as kids. And of course, whether you played Little League or you were like the kids in the movie Sandlot, and you were just a bunch of ragtag kids because you loved the game, and you had to imitate your favorite pitcher and your favorite hitter. I mean, you had to. It was the law, right? And the Ford is first base, the sewer lid second base, the trees third base, ghost runner on third, right? We created those dreams. We created those, you know, we allowed ourselves to be those big leaguers, you know. As a little kid, you know, and I messed around playing with a bit of football for a little bit. And I'm no athlete, man. I learned I couldn't hit anything outside off the plate. And so I went into show business. But I never lost. In fact, it maybe intensified my love for baseball. You know, but I remember we would play football, you know, flag football and tackle football and that. But, you know, people weren't out there saying, oh, I'm, you know, like I'm going to throw the ball like this guy, or, you know, how do you block like some guy? And that's that's just part of the product of football that you can't really, it's not that same way, you know. Getting back to DiMaggio, during his 56 game hitting streaks, you know, I mean, people, you know, 1941, television is in its infancy. Of course, there's radio, but most people followed, you know, all over the country. So, you know, in states like Wyoming and that, which had no baseball presence really, people were asking, how's the hitting streak going? Did Joe hit one today? It gripped the nation. How many of you remember the 1975 World Series, either reading about it, seeing it on the television when it happened, or whatever? Fisk willing that ball by voodoo and hoodoo and whatever else you want to, willing that ball to go fair, and it did. And the Red Sox lived to fight another day. You know, I remember talking to Joe Paterno. I told you guys I got to know Joe Paterno because I worked at Penn State after I graduated from there before I went to grad school. Some years later, and on late spring, you know, spring days, summer days, and early fall days, I would walk to work from where I lived, and, you know, go through this beautiful the woods. And at the top, at the end of this bike path that round through the woods, was Joe Paterno's house, and he and I used to talk about his favorite sport, baseball. Not a lot of people know that. That was Joe Paterno's favorite sport. He loved baseball, and he told me, he said, you know. He said, of all the things that I'm proud of, you know, all the national championships and things like that, he said, to me, the greatest day in sports, and he was there at Ebbets Field, and he told me in his Brooklyn accent, he said, April 15th, 1947, he said, and I was there, you know, he was a kid, he was there when Jackie Robinson took the field. Now, here's a man, Joe Paterno, who is, you know, I mean, and thankfully, I mean, you know, the NCAA put a hurting on him, but now, you know, it's coming out that, hey, it's all right. But here's a man who was a legend in a different sport, and his favorite game was baseball. And he would the way that we would talk about baseball, it was amazing. And I would forget I was talking to this man who's out there raking his leaves in the fall or cutting his grass in the summer, and he'd see me come up the walk or leaving, and he'd stop and we'd come over and we'd talk baseball. He'd always kid me. He's a New Yorker. Yeah, how's your bum Pirates doing? You know, great stuff like that brings us together. You know, I mean, you know, you got your little Sunday. We have our Sunday softball leagues. You know, guys out there hitting the ball, and for that 9 innings you're playing softball, man, you can be Barry Bonds, and you can be Mike Trout or whatever. You know, you can have that, as it says in the baseball, Ken Burns baseball documentary. Baseball fosters illusions and fosters fantasy. I love that about the game. I do. And so I hope through the course of whatever we do today, I'm not going to do a one long 18-hour stream or something like that. That's just nuts. We're going to break this up into parts. But hopefully people will be willing to come on, Mike. I'd like them to talk about their experiences with baseball. Why do you love this game? What is it? For some people, it's going to be stats. So Mike says he's Jose Canseco. Nice. He said, if you see that Jim Carrey movie. Tape Saturator's here. He's got to get his, he has to get his wrench today, so I'm going to do that. Mike Garland saying he doesn't follow any other sport aside from baseball. Jeff Hunter joining us here. I know a lot of you guys are going to be nicking out around, you know, whatever time that game starts, and that is cool. That is absolutely fine. You know, it's not like it's like, oh, so-and-so's a dick because he's not hanging out here instead of watching. Go enjoy the Super Bowl. Really enjoy it. Random Human, he says, you know, always play the Phillies Royals. Well, there we go. So now we have a great suggestion for something we can do today. I'm open for any baseball-related suggestions, guys. I really, really am. So let me take care of some business. I got to give a couple guys some wrenches here. because I do make that promise. Well, actually, just one guy in here I've got to give it to right now, and that is Tape Saturator. So let me go over here and do this. So thank you. It's not like I can give out tickets to games and stuff. So, but I appreciate you guys. And again, most of all, when he comes in, Ken Castro, because he's the one that suggested back in 2019. He said, "Well, you do things. You've told me every year of your life during Super Bowl Sunday, you do something baseball related." He said, "Why don't you do a game?" So that's how it all started. All right, add as a moderator, Tape Saturator. You're now a moderator on this channel. Thank you. Dwayne Martz joining us. Dwayne, maybe if I can catch you later after the football game, give me a little bit of. I need to know in Digital Diamond Baseball how to set up so that the computer manages both teams, but it pauses after each play. So I was playing a game offline a couple weeks ago, and it's like, how the hell do I set this up? So maybe you can show me, because I do want to do more with that game on the channel. Save that for a podcast. Absolutely. Segment on favorite baseball movies. I'd love it. Bernie, I'm off until Wednesday, so I'm going to look for you. I'm going to message you on Facebook, though, either tomorrow or Tuesday morning, so you and I can talk over Facebook, because I do want to get the podcast and everything back on. But like I said, I got a few things to talk to you about, and I think that you understand I haven't been ignoring you. But I just want to talk to you, friend to friend, as to kind of why I've been just sticking to what I'm doing here and all that. And hopefully I want to get back to that podcast. It's so much fun. All right, good. So I miss you, my friend. I miss you. I really, really do, Bernie. Bernie is a guy, man. I got to say this, and we'll jump into a game here. I grew up, and I'm just going to be straight up here, man. I grew up around a lot of violence, because of parts of the family being in organized crime and stuff like that, and other things. I'm not going to go into that detail. And there were a few things that served for me as kind of a way out of that. And this is a true story, dude. This isn't meant to be like some maudlin bullshit. It's just straight up facts. And so when you live through that, you have some choices you can make. You could end up trying to find answers in a bottle or in drugs. You could end up being part of that and being violent. You could end up just throwing yourself, off a bridge and going into the next phase of whatever all of this craziness is. Or you can choose to do things positively. So for me, it was art and magic and baseball. And the one thing I never had that I always wanted was somebody older than me who loved baseball the way I loved baseball, and somebody I could just talk baseball with. I was able to find that in Bernie. And so, when he asked me to be co-host or whatever on his, Diamonds and Dice podcast, I was like, this is amazing. I've always said I want to hang out with Bernie at Fenway and watch a game, and I hope to get to do that. I really, really do. I mean, Bernie's out there in Vegas. If I got to come out there and we'll go see when the A's do their inaugural season in Las Vegas, then I'll see a game with Bernie there. Ken Castro, Clinton Parks, curmudgeon that he is. These are guys that I wish, because I didn't have positive male role models growing up. I really, really didn't. And so to all these guys, I know that Ken has a son who is a brilliant, brilliant journalist, super creative. Bernie also, and I know that their kids know how blessed they are to have dads like that, and I wish I would have had one like that. But didn't turn out that way. But you know what? It's all right, man. It's all right, because it helped me shape who I am, and then meeting this great community of people here today, and every day and every night that we get together, whether there's 2 of you or 12 of you or 20 of you. We come together here because we love baseball. And so that's why this is a celebration. Nothing glitzy. I thought about making a banner and doing some intro writing, playing some intro music on a couple keyboards here. But I thought, you know what? It's the focus of this has always been about community. And so I hope that some of you guys either you want to type in chat and I can read it out to people, or you're willing to come on and talk about maybe the first baseball game you saw, or again, why do you love it? Is it the stats? Is it the history? Is it the legends? Is it the beginnings of baseball? Is it's whatever it is. Talk about it. It's fun. All right. So we got a number of games here. This is the Myths League that I've been doing. This is a different all-time greats league than the one that comes with Out of the Park Baseball. And by the way, Mike, I'm loving the beta testing right now. I haven't not as many hours into it as I'd like to have, but what I've been playing in the beta test, I'm loving so far, and I'm just busting. I can't wait to do more and to show Out of the Park 26 when it releases in March. I think it's March, late March. So I was thinking that we would just kick this off with a pretty fun matchup here. So the Angels versus the Athletics. Shohei Ohtani, they'll be traveling to Oakland, and Rube Waddell will be taking the hill. So let's start our first game of a few today, at least. I'm going to put the link in the chat. If somebody wants to come on even now, I'd love it. And if not, that's cool too. And I know many of you are watching. They already have pre-game coverage that's been going on, all kinds of stuff. So, if you're dividing your time between this and football, enjoy it. Just enjoy it. We're all family here. All right, here we go. So the LA Angels versus we'll call them the Oakland A's, but it's really the A's. Should be a good matchup here. All right, leading off for the Angels in center field is Mike Trout, batting second at first base, Troy Glaus. Batting third, Mr. Angel in right field, Tim Salmon. Batting in the cleanup spot at third base, Doug DeCinces. Batting fifth in left field, Darren Erstad. Batting sixth and catching, Brian Downing. Batting seventh at second base, Bobby Grich. Batting eighth, shortstop, Jim Fregosi. And pitching and batting ninth, Shohei Ohtani. For the A's, leading off, Black Mike, Mickey Cochran catching. Batting second in left field, may his memory be eternal, Ricky Henderson. Batting third in right field, Reggie Jackson. Batting cleanup at first base, Mark McGuire. Batting fifth at the hot corner, Frank Home Run Baker. Batting sixth in center field, Indian Bob Johnson. Batting seventh at second base, remember those great 1920s, 1930s A's teams, Max Bishop. Batting eighth at shortstop, this speedy Bert Campaneris, and pitching and batting ninth, strikeout legend and fire engine chaser Rube Waddell from Punxsutawney, PA. All right, so our weather here today, clear skies, 52 degrees, and we have a wind blowing left to right at 9 miles per hour at the Oakland Coliseum. All right, let's change up our camera view here. I like that wide view. All right, here we go. Mike Trout leads things off, and not an updated picture file, so you're going to see a little mixture of face gen and what have you. All right, here's Rube Waddell. So Trout so far in the season, 2 for 9, and we're ready to go. Little pan around. It's really too bad the A's didn't get a new ballpark, but here we go. And Trout swings. This one bounding ball to short. And throw to first. Easy play for Campanera. Score that one 6-3. And we are underway here on Super Bowl Sunday. All right, here's Troy Glaus. Troy Glaus 0 for 6 to start the season. 3-0 pitch on the way. And Glaus takes this one inside, ball 4. So in 4 straight pitches, Rube Waddell giving up the walk. So Glaus decent speed at first. Here's Tim Salmon batting in a number 3 spot. One of those players. He's one of those franchise players, Tim Salmon, right? And he swings. This one's going to get down for a base hit into center field. And Campaneris will stop, or Glaust will stop at second on the play. All right, 2 on, 1 down now for Doug DeCinces batting cleanup here. 3 for 7 in the season. And this one swung on Jordan to the gap and right, and a diving stop. Oh, nice try up there in center field, but it gets by the center fielder and DeCinces. So Johnson making a nice attempt on it, but the ball gets away from him. All right, so Doug DeCinces picks up the RBI double. Let's have a look at that play out there. Bob Johnson in center field. So this one's sinking fast, and oh, man. So early in the season and still puts himself still trying to get it off the grass here. All right, so the Angels with 1 on the board. Here comes Darren Erstad now. 2 for 8. 2 in scoring position, 1 down. Waddell uncharacteristically in a bit of trouble here. 0-1 pitch, swung on, high fly ball to left. Camping under it, makes the catch is Ricky Henderson. Tagging and coming home is Tim Salmon. And the Angels now posting 2 here in the top of the first. Yeah, I decided to leave the ball trail on, Bernie, because it's you get some of those long hits out there, and especially because I like this lower field angle. Sometimes it's hard to see what's going on, so I leave that on all the time now. All right, here's Brian Downing. And Brian Downing, big swing and a miss. So that retires the side, but the Indians got it. I was up late last night, so anyhow, the Angels get 2 runs, 2 hits. We go to the bottom of the first. The Angels 2 and the A's coming to bat. Leading off here, Hall of Fame pitcher or catcher, Mickey Black Mike Cochran, 2 for 7. No decisions for either of these starting pitchers right now for Ohtani or Waddell. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Cochran cuts on this one. High, deep drive to right, and it's gone. So a swing of the bat, and Mickey Cochran gets one back, and the Angels lead cut in half. It's now 2-1 as the Sparklies fall down. A little Easter egg homage to the finale of the movie The Natural, which I love that movie. So we talk about favorite baseball movies. That'll be fun. So, and this one, line drive, shallow right. Salmon has it. Ricky Henderson is the first out of the inning. Reggie Jackson has already homered in this season, off to a 1-7 start. So early going, this is one probably going to take me years to play through this league. So much fun. This one in Mike's 1-2 pitch and fly ball and out to short, and camping under is Jim Fregosi. So 2 away, a run in for the A's, and here's Mark McGwire off to an 0-5 start. 3 balls, no strikes from McGwire. McGwire takes high and outside. So Ohtani gives up the walk. McGwire on at first. No speed here for Frank Home Run Baker. Baker off to a hot start again in just 7 at bats. He's 4 for 7 with a home run, 3 runs batted in. Ohtani deals. Baker swings right through that one. Nice little slider there by Shohei. But the A's put 1 on the board and cut the lead in half. We go to the top of the second. It's the Angels 2 and the A's 1. Bobby Grich leading things off here, then Jim Fregosi and Shohei Ohtani, the 7-8-9 hitters. Bobby Grich, 3 for 7 in the season with 2 home runs, 2 runs batted in already. Rube Waddell with a strikeout and a walk, the 1-2 pitch. Cut on and missed. Curveball there by Rube Waddell. Second strikeout of the game for Rube. And here's Jim Fregosi, 2 for 7 in RBI in the season. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. Cut on by Fregosi, bounding ball to first, and fielded nicely by McGwire. Tosses on to Waddell for the 3-1 putout. 2 up, 2 down now for Shohei Ohtani. 1 for 4 with an RBI. No DH in this league. 2-2 pitch. Ohtani swings and misses. Fastball from Waddell, and that takes care of the Angels. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on. Bottom of the second. The Angels 2 and the A's 1. Tim says, good afternoon, Beatles and everyone. Just got done filming start 36 of his Gaylord Perry replay. May film another game prior to the Stupid Bowl. Nice. And I wish YouTube, actually, Tim, we're probably small enough, might be able to do it. I'd love to like kind of way to do one of your, if you'd be fine with it, I'd love to have one of your games, like just put it on here, man. But it's up to you, because it's not like we're going to get copyright strikes or anything. Let me know, man. That might be another fun thing to do. Because I know Philip Reynolds has been doing some stuff. Maybe talk to a few of the other content creators and say, hey, guys, what do you say? Let's put a couple games up here. We're celebrating baseball. So Tim does these great, right? Going back to, the Corey Kluber, Rick Porcello, right? So doing these picture replays, which I think is such a great idea. All right. Maybe later on, Tim, we can get you call a couple innings of Diamond Mine baseball like we did a few years ago. It was a lot of fun, yeah? So if you want me to put on your old videos, sure, you could use them. Thank you, my friend. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do any spoilers. So I think that'd be awesome. And you guys get to hear Tim knows his baseball, man. Good guy. All right, here's Indian Bob Johnson. A home run, 2 runs batted in. He's 1 for 8 on the season. Shohei Ohtani to deal the 0-1 pitch. And Johnson swings. Sorry for a little bit of lag. Hard liner out there. This is going to drop in for a base hit in left field. So Erstad had a little trouble with the ball. A little juggling act out there, but able to hold Johnson to a single. Johnson has some pretty good speed. Sorry if there's a little bit of lag on the other side there, guys, visually. So still haven't gotten the new PC is here. I'm just having some internet connectivity issues, so I've got to go with my older PC right now. Doubtful anybody was spoiled with either your 67 Mets or 2016 Red Twins replay. But they'll enjoy it. All right, Johnson, good lead off at first. Nobody out, a runner on for Max Bishop. Off to a cold 0-7 start. 2-1 pitch. Bishop shows bunt. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And swung on. Lazy fly ball to medium right. And making the play is Tim Salmon. Getting back to first is Bob Johnson. So 1 away now for the speedy Bert Campaneris. Campaneris, 2 for 8 with 2 RBI. Here's the pitch. Campaneris swings, fly ball to right, and jogging toward the line a little bit and in a little bit is Tim Salmon, and he makes the catch. So 2 up, 2 down for Rube Waddell. Waddell cuts and misses, and that does it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. Los Angeles leads Oakland 2-1 here in our first game today of Super Bowl Sunday baseball celebration thing. All right, back at the top of the order for the Angels, and Mike Trout will lead things off 0 for 1 in the game. Grounded out last time. Trout swings in the 1-2 pitch and comes up empty. So Rube Waddell coming with the hammer again. Here's Troy Glaus. Glaus with a walk last time, 2-0 pitch, and swung on. Fly ball, center field, nice lazy big arc, and Johnson makes the catch out there in center field. 2 away for Tim Salmon now. 1 for 1 in this game. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and this time it's a little change up there. Nothing across for the Angels. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning, 2-1. Got a good ball game shaping up here. Back at the top of the order for Oakland. And Legend says a little baseball before football kicks off at 6:30. Welcome in, Legends. Hope you're doing well. Looking for some baseball. I maintain the right to edit, my friend. Aaron Reed with us here today. I'll give you this. National pastime without using uppercase letters. There we go, Legends. Agree to compromise there. It's all good. Hope you're doing well. Still waiting for Franchise Stars Baseball League to be starting up soon. So looking forward to it. So, and I'll even do a public service announcement. The Super Bowl starts at 6:30. So there you go, guys. 6:30 Eastern time. All right, here's Mickey Cochran now. He's 1 for 1. Mickey with a home run. Getting a run back, and that was at the bottom of the 1st inning. 3-0 pitch on the way to Cochran from Ohtani. And Cochran doesn't even move the bat. Good eye up there. Draws a 4-pitch walk. And here's Ricky Henderson. Nothing for 1. Lined out his last time up. 3-1 pitch. Ohtani gets behind 2 batters and 2 consecutive walks. Cochran a second. Henderson at first for Reggie Jackson. Jackson looks at a called strike 3. So down goes Reggie, 1 away here for Mark McGuire. Posted earlier, Franchise Stars Baseball League Year 4 starts Monday, 17 February, guys. So it's going to be another great season. Legend Sports Universe. And, of course, tune in also for he does football, does basketball. Again, sounds like the real thing. And just a real gentleman in the community and everything. And he and I, we've locked horns a little bit about football and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, Legend's one of the good guys in our community and a great experience, whether he's doing Premiere or live. If you haven't subscribed to that channel, please do, along with Clee, Baseball Fan 879, Bernie Strom, Aaron Reed's channel. So, MV. All right. Here's Mark McGuire batting with 2 on, 1 down, bottom of the third, 2-1, Angels lead. 2-2 pitch to McGuire, and McGuire swings right through this one, and Ohtani now is fan 4 in the game. So that time Ohtani coming with some heat, and here's home run Baker now batting with 2 down. Oakland looking to even things up here. Count full. Here's the pitch, and that one's going to be another walk. How about it? So Ohtani with 4 strikeouts, 4 walks, and here's Bob Johnson, who is 1 for 1. Count full, and Johnson swings. Oh, Ohtani gets the big strikeout. So the Oakland A's leave them sold out. We go to the top of the 4th inning. The Angels lead the Athletics 2-1. Doug DeCinces, Darren Erstad, and Brian Downing due up for the Angels. Waddell with 5 strikeouts and a walk through this game, but down 1 run. 1-0 pitch on the way to DeCinces. Doubled his last time up. And a 1 hopper to third. Plenty of time over there for home run Baker. Good peg across the diamond. And that will take care of Doug DeCinces. Here's Darren Erstad now. RBI in this game. Here's the pitch. And this one's going to get down base hit into left field. Ranging to his right. Oh, going for 2. And the play. And Johnson with a strong throw. Erstad will make it in. Standing. All right. Double. So the Angels threatening to add a little bit of padding here as Brian Downing strides to the plate. Angels catchers, nothing for 1. And here's the pitch. Little number to second. This could be an infield hit, and it will, as Max Bishop gloves the ball and decides to hold on to it. So runners at the corners now for the Los Angeles Angels. And here's Bobby Grich. Bobby Grich, nothing in 1 attempt thus far today. Grich swings. This one grounded to second. 4-6-3, and the inning-ending twin killing. Can there be any better friend of the pitchers than that? So LA also squandering an opportunity. We go to the bottom of the 4th. The Angels still lead the Athletics 2-1. Thanks for coming. It's never locking horn. No. So we lock. How about baseball bats with I don't know, whatever. But I'll tell you what, Legends, man, I will always own it. You made some good sense about football. Because there's nothing wrong with the game. I don't think it was that for me. I think it was more just that I have such a deep passion for baseball. But it is. And so that's why you're the reason why I lifted the ban on using that word in here. You can say football and write it and everything. And thank you, man. I mean, I'm never going to, for me, baseball is always going to be the national pastime. And I know you love baseball. It's not like you're, I think you and I would have locked horns if you would have said, baseball just sucks, dude. Are you kidding me? Man, you do some of the best baseball in this damn community, bar none. So I appreciate it. And I appreciate the discussions that you and I did have about football. I really, really do. All right. I still got to learn how to stream from PlayStation from you, not for MLB The Show, but I have some other games I want to show on this channel down the line, and I have no idea how to stream on PlayStation 5 using my voice, so I'll hit you up sometime in Discord, brother. All right, Max Bishop, Bert Campaneris, and Rube Waddell due up here in the bottom of the 4th. Ohtani deals 1-2 pitch Bishop flew out last time and strikes out this time. So 6 Ks for Shohei now as Bert Campaneris steps in. He's 0-for-1. 2 balls, no strikes. Swung on, and this one, little squibber up the middle. He could have thrown that one up the middle. Perfectly placed base hit. So Campaneris with speed on at first, and we have a pinch hitter. So the early hook on Rube Waddell with a 2-1, just a 2-1 deficit. And here's Sal Bando, member of those great A's teams of the early 1970s. So making his first plate appearance here. This is just game 3 of the season. 1-2 pitch, and this one is going to be wild pitch, and Campaneris takes second. So maybe a little bit too worried about the speed of Campaneris, and the ball gets away from Downing. Could be that he and Ohtani got a little bit crossed up on the signs. Nonetheless, Oakland now with a potential tying run in scoring position with 1 away. Bando back in the box. The count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bando swings. Squibber in front of the plate. That will move the runner. Bando, oh, close play. So Downing with the bare hand play fires on to Troy Glaus at first for the 2-3 putout. On the play, Bert Campaneris moves to third. So tying run 90 feet away, but 2 down. Black Mike needs himself a safety here. Home run back in the bottom of the first. 1-0 pitch on the way. Cochran swings. High fly ball to right field, but pedaling out and pedaling back in and making the catch is Tim Salmon. So Oakland lets a chance go by the boards. We go to the top of the 5th. The Angels 2 and the A's 1. Pete York joining us. Oh, don't worry. No worries, legends. It's all cool. It's all good, man. This is no fault. Pete York. Now so you're going to hear the sound cut out for a second. This is something that Out of the Park Windows does. Still here. Keep talking to you. Pete York has to get his wrench because now this is his 3rd time in here. So we're going to end up opening our own kind of vehicle repair shop with all the wrenches and everything, and it makes me happy. So Pete, this is a thank you. I'm sure if any trash comes in, you want to bop them on the head with the wrench, you certainly are free to do so. I never question moderators, but this is really just as a way to say thank you to the channel, and you can post links, your projects, whatever. And as we were doing last night, looking at sexy hockey babes. All right, so Tim Hudson will come on in relief now. So Rube Waddell yanked just behind 2-1. Not sure what's going on here with this A's manager, but here we go. So Hudson will face Jim Fregosi, Shohei Ohtani, and Mike Trout, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. All right, Fregosi digs in. And Hudson, pretty good numbers there across the board. So let's see how he handles taking the horsehide from the great Rube Waddell. 3-0 pitch, not a good start. Fregosi looks at ball 4. So Hudson misses with a sinker, and Ohtani now to the plate. Shohei, 0-for-1, struck out his last time up. 1-1 pitch, and this one driven to right and short of the track, and bringing it down is Reggie Jackson. Good catch out there by Reggie. All right, 1 away. Fregosi gets back to first, and that will bring up Mike Trout back at the top of the order. Trout 0-for-2. Count full. Slow squibber to third. Trout, they get him by a step. It's a good play over there. Baker staying with that ball on the play. Fregosi moves into scoring position for 2 down. Troy Glaus now. Angels first baseman is 0-for-1 in the contest. Has yet to get a hit in this early season. 0-1 pitch. Swung on. Fly ball out to center field. Going back on it. It's over Johnson's head. And the Angels are going to score another. So Glaus with the RBI double. There's 2 balls that get by Indian Bob Johnson out there in center field today. We'll have another look at that one. Going back on this ball and just over his head. And there's your nice little bit of screen tearing, which we even see that MLB The Show. It's always kind of fun to see where the screen's going to tear and what's going to happen. All right, here's Mr. Angel, Tim Salmon. He's 1-for-2. 3-1 Angels lead now. Salmon in the game, 1-for-2. Struck out. and singled. And Salmon, hard hit fly ball out to right field. But this one all belongs to Reggie Jackson. Los Angeles adds to its lead. It's 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Shohei Ohtani will face the number 2, 3, 4 hitters here. Ricky Henderson, Reggie Jackson, and Mark McGwire. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Henderson has a walk in this game. Fly ball center field. And ranging in a few steps, can of corn there, Mike Trout. One away now for Reggie Jackson, 0 for 2. A's faithful looking for Reggie to get a big swing right here or anytime in this game. Struck out his last time up. Jackson swings, and this is just going to end as a harmless fly ball into center field. Mike Trout making the catch. So it's the Mike Trout show here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And here's Mark McGwire. Big Mac, 0-for-1. Struck out his last time up. And this time, showing a little bit more discipline in a 3-2 count, draws the walk. And here we go. There's Frank Baker now. So home run Baker, 0-for-1. Home run Baker. We have us now. Shohei Ohtani is done. Jared Weaver comes on in relief now. So again, this is an all-time greats league. This is not the one that comes with out of the park baseball. Don't even, if you're new to out of the park baseball, don't use the all-time greats that comes with it. It sucks. Ernie Banks wasn't even on the Cubs, for God's sake. There's this one. Mike Garland has a fantastic one. There's lots of other good alternatives out there. Stay away from the quick start that comes with out of the park baseball. It's wretched. It really is wretched, man. Just looking at my Pirates, they had guys on there like calling them like all-time great Pirates, and these guys weren't even all-time great local Sandlot players. So definitely falling short there. Rogers Hornsby was on the wrong club, all that stuff. This one's good. Mike Garland's is really good. So you got choices. Lansdowne Street working on a version 2. So guys, that's going to be amazing. So if you like leagues like this, all-time great leagues, and again, I think Legends and I have talked about. He's obviously a fan of them, and I like the way he's doing it. Some guys in the community say, well, all-time greats leagues, that doesn't really reflect how well a player does. Well, that's not the point, right? I mean, so in an all-time league, all-time greats league, I'm not expecting, that Barry Bonds is going to hit 70-plus home runs. But it's just this thing where we can just create a what if. This would have never happened, what we can do here. But with what Mike has done, Mike Garland with his Lansdowne Street, I know all his contributions are amazing. You guys see what Legends is doing on his channel. It's amazing, fun baseball. And for most of the people that get it, they're not like, well, I don't understand why Babe Ruth didn't hit 60 home runs. Because it's an all-time greats league. These guys are facing pitchers that they normally, right? I mean, you're facing the best of the best here. But I love these because somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. And somebody's got to knock those damn A's out. And Legends League, man, those guys are insane. And the Giants, holy hell. Although I love seeing Mel Ott tearing it up in that league for the Giants in the National League. And since Dwayne Martz hates the Giants, I'll just leave it at that. All right, home run Baker, 0-for-1 here. Bottom of the fifth we go. Walked his last time up and liner, but right to third. Nice play there by Doug DeCinces and saving an extra base hit. So the Athletics get a walk, leave one. We go to the top of the sixth inning here. And Doug DeCinces, Darren Erstad, and Brian Downing do up for the Angels. Tim Hudson will stay on in relief. He has just a walk to his credit right now. 2-2 pitch. Double and an RBI for DeCinces today. And this is a snowbringer if I can borrow one from Legends. And coming down is Max Bishop making the catch on the infield. So one away. Looks like Hudson jammed him in tight. And here's Darren Erstad now. 1-for-1 with an RBI. And the lefty cutting at the first pitch. This one hit deep to center field, but ranging back in and make the play is Indian Bob Johnson, not letting this get by him. It's a 2 up, 2 down now for Brian Downing, who was 1-for-2. The pitch. Downing swings through the 3-2 pitch. Nice sinker action there by Hudson. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on We head to the bottom of the sixth. It's a 3-1 Angels lead over the A's. It'll be Bob Johnson, Max Bishop, Bert Campaneris due up. Jared Weaver has worked a third in relief thus far. I see no other defensive substitutions, so let's continue. Brian Downing with the target, or sets the signs here for Jared Weaver. Weaver shaking him off, has one he likes. Count full now on Bob Johnson. Struck out his last time up. And this one just off the corner. Jared Weaver wanting the call. Bob Johnson gets the walk. Johnson, again, with pretty good speed here. So look at Johnson. Just look at his real-life stats here, just to get a sense. So 96 lifetime steals, a career high in 1939 with the Philadelphia A's. So Bob Johnson, a lifetime 296 hitter. 1,283 RBI and 288 career home runs. So not a bad ball player by any metric. All right, Johnson leads off first. Max Bishop, nothing for two. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Bishop swings, and this one hit out into right field. But Tim Salmon takes one step, had him perfectly played. One out. Legends, it says, they said they had him on the ropes last year. First game today, Truth Hurts Wilkie. So they had him on the ropes last year, Dwayne, but you can take down the Giants in the National League. Yogi, the Yankees may be able to beat the A's in season 4. I don't know, Dwayne. I know that, and you're right, Mike. These kind of leagues, they're for fun. I don't know, Dwayne. These A's, they've been a juggernaut since season 1, because I know you're a faithful follower of Legend Sports Universe as well. So we'll see, man. All right, here we go. Again, I'm going to pop the, and I know sound cuts out. Oops, can't do that. Good God, what did that just put in there? Some kind of weird tons of baseball stats. We don't want that. I'm going to put the invite again. If anybody wants to come on and just talk for a little bit, that would be great. If not, I totally understand. Later on, some Diamond Mine baseball. Looking forward to having Truth Hurts Wilkie come on here. He's an aficionado of the excellent Diamond Mine baseball game, a member of quite a few leagues, and maybe get him to call a couple innings too. I think it'd be fun. All right, back to the ball game here. 2-1 pitch on the way. Campaneris shows bunt. It's a good one. The only play will be to first. Weaver fielding it off the bump, and Bob Johnson moves to second, 2 down, and pinch hitter now, Harry Davis. Don't know a lot about Harry Davis, so let's check him out too, because part of what we do here is learning about players. So Harry Davis, good Lord, not much going on with him. There we go, real life stats. Let's see. That's better. So this is an old-timey player here. He began his career in 1895 with the New York Giants, played until 1917, finished with the Philadelphia Athletics. Let's see, lifetime 277 hitter, 285 steals. Not too bad. 75 homers, but you'd expect that. 95 RBI. Career OPS of 131 and a WAR of 31.4. So now we know a little about Harry Jasper Davis. Played with the Athletics, with Washington, played a season with Cleveland in 1912, and finished out with the A's. Oh, and he was a Pirate. He started with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pretty cool. So he was with the Pirates before Hannes Wagner joined. Wagner in 1897, still with the Barney Dreyfuss-owned Louisville Colonels, along with Fred Clark. All right. Bob Johnson in scoring position, and Oakland trying to at least get one back here. The 0-1 pitch to Davis. Davis swings, and this one drilled into left field, and that's going to be an RBI double or single for Davis. So how about that? We said at the top, reading that article, that anybody can come up to the bench and be the hero. Well, Davis may not count exactly as a hero yet, but comes through clutch here for the A's in the bottom of the sixth. All right, back at the top of the order now for Black Mike, Mickey Cochran, Hall of Fame catcher. 2-2 pitch. Cochran looks at called strike 3. Little knee buckling fastball right there. The A's pick up a run on one hit, no errors, and a runner left on. Top of the 7th action here at Oakland County Coliseum. And the Angels lead the A's 3-2. Hudson Street will come on now in relief for the A's. And he will be facing Bobby Grich, Jim Fregosi, and probably a pinch hitter for Jared River. All right. Street has finished his warm-up pitches. And we're ready to go. The count full now on Bobby Grich. Bobby Grich looks at ball 4. So not an auspicious beginning here for Hudson Street in the top of the 7th. Here's Fregosi now. Nothing for 1. 3-1 pitch. Oh, not looking good here. Hudson Street walks 2 consecutive batters here in the 7th. You don't want to give these Angels even a centimeter. All right. Tony Figgins now will pinch hit. He's 0 for 1 in the season. 2-2 pitch. And we have a pinch runner there at second as well. So Eric Ibar into pinch run for the Angels. Blind gamer Sean or Aaron coming on. So let's welcome Aaron. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, it's a Stupor Bowl Sunday.
It is. As Legend says, he needs to do a vid on off-season movement because there was more this season of Prager's. Would love to see that. Remember, the Pirates almost stunned the Giants last season, and the Phillies add Pete Alexander and Chase Utley. It's going to be a hell of a season, guys. So 17 February, get ready. How you doing today, Aaron?
Oh, doing pretty good. I got invited to go to a Stupor Bowl party with my family tonight, but I decided to stay home instead. I'm not interested in the game, so
all right.
I figured I'd stay here and hang out with you guys.
So Pete York, glad you're hanging out with us. I mean, don't want you to miss family time, but glad you're hanging out.
All right.
Glad you're hanging out, man. So Pete, are you talking about out of the park baseball, or are you talking about MLB the Show? Because you're talking about because Legends is a long time out of the park player, but the stuff he's doing in MLB the Show is amazing. Or are you talking about out of the park? If you're talking about out of the park, would I recommend this for newbies? Absolutely. You can start out with this game. Just do do one of the quick starts, where everything's kind of already set up for you. And not only the ones that come with the game, we got guys in the community like Mike Garland, like Lansdowne Street. A lot of guys made some amazing quick starts. We're gonna do one of them today from Mike Garland. His these MLB sort of great teams, MLB Decades Legends, whatever it's called, you'll see it. You just load it in these quick starts, and if you have Mike Silva's ballparks and uniforms mod, you're good to go. And then what I suggest with out of the park baseball, just explore it a little bit at a time because it is incredibly deep. And if you try to do it all at once in your first go, you'll be like Linda Blair, except maybe without the pea soup. Right, Aaron?
Yes.
How you doing, man? All right. All right. So here we go. We got Mike Trout coming in here, future Hall of Famer, Aaron. Yeah. 0 for 3 in the game. Jim Fregosi on at first. Angels leading this one 3-2, shaping up to be a pretty good ball game. Both teams squandering opportunities for a lot more. So,
is this all right? Park?
This is out of the park. Yep. And Hopper to short, 6 to 4-3. Pitcher's best friend, inning-ending double play.
2 for the price of 1.
How about it? So, guys, for those of you who don't know Aaron Reed, the man of 1,000 voices here, and he can lead us now as we go to the 7th inning stretch.
Let me hear ya! Good and loud! A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack and a beer. I don't care if I ever get back in the city and 4-inch root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame, brother. 4-inch, 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let me tell you something, brother. Ooh, yeah.
So, guys, give it up for Harry Carey,
Oh,
Hulk
my
Hogan,
God.
Randy Savage, and Aaron Reed, the man of 1,000 voices. So awesome. Thank you, Aaron. I always love when you
I
do the
got here
seventh inning
just
stretch,
in
man.
time.
Yes, you did. It's not the same when, we got people on the mic and it's not you singing, doing the seventh inning stretch. So awesome job, man. Thank you.
I got to get a clip of that to Steve.
That's the highlight, man. Oh, my God. So Dwayne asking about the Braves in the upcoming Franchise Stars Baseball League. Legends answering says Runlinger and Angel. I'll say it in English. Angel Pagan, who the Braves have gotten in a month. It could be Angel actually.
Angel Pagan.
Yep, Angel Pagan. Had gotten in a minor trade last year. Good deal for the Braves, who've gotten nothing out of first base. And then Mike Garland asking who Legends is on the Out of the Park forums. All right, bottom of the seventh we go here, guys. And Brian Harvey will come on in relief for the Angels. Howie Hendrick will come into play second. And I think we're all good in terms of defensive substitutions here. Ricky Henderson to lead it off. Ricky, nothing for 2 today. So here we go. 3-1 pitch on the way to Ricky. And this could be dangerous as the potential tying run now on base. So Brian Harvey walking the great Ricky Henderson. I know everybody knows his stats, but you know what? He's gone to the great big baseball diamond in the sky. And good God, what a just just what a monster. Ricky would be the first to tell you, God bless him. 279 hitter. But look at this. 1,406 stolen bases, caught only 335 times. Arguably, and we'll see, maybe put a chat in the poll, but you've got to say, if not the greatest leadoff hitter, I would say in the top 5 of all baseball history, Ricky Henderson. Electrifying. And with that speed also accompanying that, 297 career home runs, 1,115 runs batted in. So his career WAR of 102.9, not bad. Not bad. I think the kid's going to go somewhere, right?
Never really truly retired that I know of.
How about it? Henderson versus Downey with a 40 arm. He's going. All right, let's see. So here's a dangerous tandem because we've got Reggie Jackson up here now. Not the greatest contact numbers, but you got it. You're the A's. You're down here 1 run in the bottom of the 7th. You got to send Henderson. I've done nothing with the managers in this, so I have no idea. I haven't. I just left everything at default, everything neutral. 1-2 pitch. Oh, and Reggie Jackson, strike 3 called. And this one.
He's out for excessive window shopping.
Right, exactly. Nice fastball there by Brian Harvey catching the corner. All right, here's McGuire. McGuire, nothing for 1 today. 0-2 pitch, and he hits McGuire.
Oops.
Uh-oh. All right, so now the go-ahead run reaches. And here's Frank Home Run Baker. And I know in leagues I've played and watching in Legends leagues and others leagues, Baker can just come out of nowhere and hurt you bad. This guy was in the dead ball era, a serious power hitter. The only guy who hit more home runs, out-hit him in the dead ball era, was Gavy Kravitz. But Baker was a dangerous hitter.
Is this the A's?
This is all-time A's and all-time Angels.
Okay, I meant the A's like Oakland, Kansas City, and Philadelphia together, or what? Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, because Burt Campaneris is on here, and there's not a lot of, and Bob Johnson. So there's a couple people here from the Kansas City A's, but it's mostly Philadelphia and Oakland.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
All right, here we go. First pitch swinging, bounding ball to this one a base hit through the middle, and the A's tie it up here in the bottom of the 7th. Frank Baker comes through big time, and Ricky Henderson comes in to score. It's 3-3. It's a whole new ball game. Thinking about the A's, it is. I'm sorry, but it's so sad. This is a great franchise. You look through all these years, whether the great Philadelphia the A's dead ball teams. Of course, the juggernaut, the Connie Mack put together in 1929, 30 and 31. Those superb A's teams of the 70s. They played some excellent ball in the 80s and whatever.
Early 90s,
A proud franchise. And so this is going to be their fourth city when they go to Las Vegas. Now I've heard rumors. I don't know. Is it true? Anybody can tell me. Are they still playing in Oakland this year? Or are they playing in Sacramento?
They're playing in Sacramento this season.
They'll be playing in Sacramento.
They're using a minor league ballpark, I think, is their base, but the ballpark in Vegas isn't ready yet, or something like that.
All right, Legends. Thanks for coming in and enjoy the Super Bowl game.
See you, Legends.
Surely. So Tim says that Henderson is his all-time leader in runs scored, is all-time leader in runs scored. Yeah, Ricky was great, man. It's again one of those things I can't wrap my head around the fact that he's gone, because I mean you look at Ricky, man. I mean the dude was always in tip-top shape and just such Ricky backed it up though, man. He talked the talk, but he walked the walk, and Ricky was fantastic. And he just always looked to be that picture of that professional athlete, man. And he's gone. It's so weird.
We've lost a lot of good ball players the past few years. Ricky Henderson, Lou Brock.
Yeah, Rocky Colavito is gone.
Rocky Colavito.
Yeah. Yeah, baseball got hit kind of hard. So, Aaron, as we're calling this game, we'll take a few minutes because we're talking about the game. What are your thoughts about the 2025 season? Who do you? Any fearless predictions here, even before pitchers and catchers report?
I can't really say because the Reds are obviously going to be in the crapper again this year. I say it every year, but it's like there's always because a couple years ago, I think I said the same thing, and they were in was it second or third place by season's end. They were they held on till the very, very last weekend of the season. But then last year was a total crap fest. And but I think this might be, it'll be another one of those years for the Reds where because Terry is going to get his 2000th win with us.
Well, except for my Pirates and your Reds playing each other, I do think we do have this gentleman's agreement every season, Aaron, that we both hate the Brewers. So we're going to do everything we can.
Stinking Brewers.
When you guys play the Brewers, I root for you guys. And I hope that you guys root for us when we hate them.
I mean, anybody who plays the Brewers, I cheer for them because I like to see the Brewers lose.
So do I. So do I. Nothing brings me greater joy than seeing the Milwaukee Brewers flounder.
But
hey, Philip Reynolds, he's a Reds fan. He says, "Go Reds." We'll have to do a Reds game later for Philip.
I could provide that.
Another channel, guys, to subscribe to, by the way, is Philip Reynolds.
Because I've got a strategy baseball sim of 1994. I'm in the playoffs right now. The Reds are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But no, I'm thinking this year.
Which Reds team are you using?
1994.
94 Reds. Okay.
Yeah.
So the strike shortened season.
Yes. Okay. I wanted to see if it stops at the 12th. Obviously, it keeps going because it doesn't do but for this year, I think.
You just got to remember to stop it. It's a freeware game and it's been abandoned. So still a good game.
I'm thinking for this season coming up with, everybody. Let's see, the Reds just acquired one of the Rogers brothers. I think they're brothers, and they got Gavin Lux, who can't field worth what.
Right. Worth a shit. I'll say it. Worth a shit.
And you got they're trying to make all these deals during the free agent deals during the off season or trade for people, and it's they're throwing they let Jonathan India go. They've devalued him so much the Royals picked him up.
Yeah.
That's but yeah, I think look out for the Dodgers in the National League again.
The Dodgers. Yeah. I know. What's going to be interesting to see how things play out for the Mets this year because they spent a few quarters this year.
I mean,
so Sean asks, he says the Brewers have never won the World Series. How can anyone hate them? I was fine with them when they were in the American League. Totally fine. Harvey Walls bangers, man. Damn right. Those Brewers in the 80s were fun, the early 80s. But they're in the National League Central.
Yeah.
And the Pittsburgh Pirates are in the National League Central, and the Cincinnati Reds, Aaron's and Phillips' team, in the right. So now we hate them, and because they're just arrogant shitheads. And I'm glad that they can't get any further than they do.
Well,
Philip
I
Reynolds
mean-
says he just started his new Mile High project. Sounds fun.
Ooh.
Sounds good. Yeah. Bob Johnson leading things off here, Aaron, and we'll continue our talk here then.
Go ahead. Yeah.
One away. And here's the pitch. Little bounding ball down to third. Up with that one is Doug DeCince's high throw over to first, but Troy Glaus able to pull it down. The runners advance, 2 in scoring position, 2 down. The A's with 1 in here in the bottom of the 7th, and that will bring up Max Bishop. 0 for 3. Count full on Bishop. Bishop looks at a call. Strike 3. Nice fastball coming in there, but the Athletics pick up a run. Whole new ball game, Aaron. We go to the top of the 8th. We're not at 3. So you were talking about the Dodgers and whatever. Go ahead.
Yes. Because they win the World Series. Of course, they win it at Yankee Stadium because the Yankees had to win that one game, I guess you could say. But yeah, the media pundits are gonna expect them to win again this year. I mean, but with all the, it was like they were cursed last year because it's like every pitcher they had got hurt at some point. Ohtani didn't do jack during the postseason. But people say look out for the Mets. Yeah, I can understand that too. Look out for the Mets, the Braves. You got the Diamondbacks who just missed the playoffs by a game.
What I want to see, because my Pirates are not going to contend this year.
Right.
I want to see Paul Skeens improve, but what I really want to see is the cross Commonwealth Phillies not faint in the postseason. I want a Philadelphia Baltimore World Series because I live close to both cities.
Yeah.
Damn it. I was so disappointed because the Orioles were strong in 2024. I'm thinking, yeah, baby. And the Phillies were tearing it up.
Wish will come to fruition.
And there you go. And I was also rooting for Cleveland last year. Damn it. They haven't won a World Series since 1948. I don't think there's anybody in this chat that was that right? 1948 Indians. Come on. So yeah. Seattle's not going to do anything this year. I want those guys to make it to the World Series. That's not going to happen this year. Not going to happen.
I'll tell you something. The night that I was listening to that ALCS with the Indians and the Guardians and the Yankees, and the Yankees won it. I texted my brother and I was like, F the Yankees. I don't want to use that kind of explicit language here.
I'll say it. Fuck the Yankees.
Fuck the Yankees. And he goes,
dude, I'm not going to get my channel demonetized.
And he was,
I'm not monetized.
I actually think he was asleep, so he didn't see it till the next morning.
Yeah.
But I was like, fuck the Yankees.
Yeah.
No, I did talk to him and I said, well, since that didn't work, I'm taking the Dodgers this year because they, but.
Well, so when the Dodgers play the Yankees in World Series, I root for the Dodgers.
Right.
I have to. I'm a National Leaguer by heart, even though it doesn't mean anything anymore because we have the DH in the National League. If it's a national, I've rooted for a few American League teams in the past. So obviously, the Red Sox, because I wanted that, the stupid curse of the Bambino to end, and it finally did.
It did.
So I did root for them, but I do mainly root for National League teams, except for the Astros. I did not root for them.
I think they're
American League team now. Yeah.
I think the curse of the Billy Goat will officially die if the Cubs win the World Series at Wrigley Field.
Well, I think it's dead, but yeah, you're saying so let's bury it. The Cubs, oh my God, the Cubs were I thought the Cubs were going to really put up a great showing, and then the Brewers just overtook them last year. But the Cubs played some good, but got hit with some injuries, and not a good year for Chicago in baseball. I would just end this part of the commentary, and we'll return to the game with. Right. I would just say this: 2024 White Sox. Oh, ouch! All right, here's Troy Glaus. He's 1 for 2. So Tim asks if this would be the Phillies' year. I'm hoping so. So Mike asks here, and guys, this is one I didn't get a chance to check it out, but I know it's good. He says, did you ever get a chance to try the Bill Veck 1943 Negro League Challenge mod for Out of the Park 25? This was done by Lansdowne Street. Again, one of the great contributors in Out of the Park. No, because of that hiccup in stream. I but I couldn't get it. There was something weird about it, and so I have not tried it yet. We may have to try it today. Why not? Guys, let me just take a minute here and talk. So since Mike is in the chat, Mike Garland. So Mike Garland is like Mike Sola and Lansdowne Street. These guys that take games and make the experience 1,000% better for all of us. Yeah. And I'd read these guys' posts, and brilliant. One day Mike shows up to this in our humble little family. Mike might as well be one of the devs of Out of the Park baseball. I don't think I've met anybody that knows the game as deeply. Mike Silva, he and I were talking. It was a couple nights after Mike first came on here, and he said, "Damn," he said, I knew of him in the forums and everything. He said, but he really knows this game. He said, I learned a few things, and that's great praise coming from Mike Silva. I mean, we're not using his ballparks in this one, but we will in a later game. Ken Castro wants a 1915 Red Sox-Phillies game. We will be using Mike's parks for that. But Mike Garland, guys, his integrated mod, I cannot wax enthusiastically enough about that. It's a whole kind of redo of baseball history. There's no color barrier, a restructuring of the 19th century. It's absolutely brilliant using the Negro League. The Major League equivalencies. So he and Lansdowne Street, a fantastic job on that. He also has an all-time greats franchise. You got to dig a little bit in the Out of the Park forums to find it, but it's there. Get it. It's fun. And just one other thing, anything you get from Mike, and I will just talk about the integrated mod. Maybe we'll show it off a little bit later, because we do got to also celebrate baseball, and that great time in 1947. When Jackie took the field. It is without a doubt, and I say this as a person who has an advanced degree in instructional design and online learning and all that stuff, it is simply the best guide I have ever seen. So Mike goes into the nitty-gritty about everything you need to know, also takes you through the install process. It's fantastic. Mm-hmm. So subscribe to the integrated mod. Definitely get it. That's available in the Steam Workshop, and start it in any year you want. And these players are going to come in, and it's so exciting when you start seeing the Negro League players coming in that never got a chance to play, in the show. Such you're going to see Josh Gibson, you're going to see Oscar Charleston, Cool Papa Bell, Judy Johnson, Bullet Rogan, going all the way to back to Bud Fowler. Just get it. It's so much fun, and follow Mike's instructions to set up your league. And I'll tell you what, Pete asked earlier about for newbies to Out of the Park baseball. If you don't want to do a season replay and maybe you want to get deeper into this game, if you get the integrated mod and you follow Mike and Lansdowne Street's instructions and doing everything, you're going to come out of that feeling a lot more confident with a game this deep. So the guy was designed by Lucky Man on the Out of the Park forum. It would have never turned out looking that nice if he created it. Mike says, we just gave him all of the information. He designed it. Well, then, Lucky Man, much love to you, man, because it's just fantastic. And anybody, you could install Out of the Park baseball, get Mike Silva's ballparks, and there's also ballparks you can get with the integrated mod as well. Get the whole shebang, but follow that guide. And what's really nice is Mike, Lansdowne Street, they go into their thinking about why you should set things at a certain way in the game, and it takes you through menu by menu by menu. And I'll tell you what, you will feel like you can do pretty much anything in Out of the Park baseball. It's fantastic.
I should have
get it.
A chance.
Mike says the guide surpassed his expectations. It's brilliant. It's just absolutely brilliant. Mike also says here that when baseball goes to 32 teams, he says think they should go with 8 divisions of 4 teams, no wild cards. Amen to that. Teams should play like 21 games against division rivals in September to make things interesting. Again, preaching to the choir. Earlier, Tim, I was talking about the Orioles. I'm winning an Orioles Phillies World Series. He says he doesn't think the Orioles have the pitching. Well, I hope, I hope by some miracle that the reverse is true. I really, really, really. I mean, because I'm just like an hour and a half from Philadelphia, and just under 2 hours from Baltimore. So it would be epic because I've never seen a World Series game. So got to. All right, let's get this game out of the way. Troy Glaus, and then we're gonna we'll show a little bit if Pete's still here. We'll show a little behind the scenes stuff with Out of the Park Baseball. Just what this game is capable of and why it freaks a lot of people out. I get it. I guess I'm not as afraid of it because I've been playing it since the first edition, way back in 1999, and incorporating there's another guy that we in the baseball simming community owe a huge debt of gratitude, Sean Lehman. So you guys all know the name, and there you go. Wow. 1-2 pitch now on the way from Hudson Street.
Isn't it Houston Street?
Is it?
I think it's
I don't
Houston
know.
Street.
My eyes are weird today, dude. I have no idea. Anyhow, line drive, Indian job. No, it is Houston Street. Thank you, man.
Don't mention it.
Hanging out in Houston Street. It sounds like a blues song. It should be like a blues
It does.
song. All right, one down for Tim Salmon. He is 1 for 3. Count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Salmon cuts on this one. Hard hit ground ball to short. Quickly fielding it. Low throw. Oh, my God. There we go. Campaneris making the bad throw there. He hurried it. We can look at the replay. We'll just look at the wide field replay. Salmon safe at first. Bad throw by Campaneris. That one getting away from Tim Salmon. Tim Salmon able to stay, or Mark McGuire able to stay with the ball and keep Tim Salmon at first. We'll just look at a regular replay on this, and you'll see, watch Campaneris rushing his throw here. Right? Tough bounce, and low throw. Salmon able to, McGuire able to at least pick it up off the grass and keep Tim Salmon at first. So this could be the play of the game because coming in now in relief is none other than Raleigh Fingers with the handlebar mustachio and all. So on this season thus far, he's just worked 2/3 of an inning, giving up 3 hits and 1 earned run. So his first outing, not so good. All right, Doug DeCinces now, and they're 1 for 3 with an RBI. Top of the 8th, score knotted at 3. Tim Salmon on first with 1 away. Fingers deals 3-1 pitch. Swung on this one, drove it into the gap and right. This is going to get down for extra bases. And let's see, we're going to see some RBI action. Hard throw coming in from right, and the Angels are going to reclaim the lead. Tim Salmon's going to make it to or DeCinces with the double. Tim Salmon scores. DeCinces able to make third on the play, and the Angels retake the lead. It is 4-3 now. And so Raleigh Fingers once again greeted rudely. All right, so potential insurance run 90 feet away. Will Jose Canseco pitch for Fingers in the bottom of the inning? Asks Mike. Tim says, all right, everyone filming a game and might do something after, see you in a bit. So Tim has said that maybe we can go back into his catalog and I'll actually play one of his, and it'll be streamed onto here so you guys can't get a chance to see what Tim does. So Tim, hope to see you back. I know Tim's also a football fan, so he may watch some football. He's going to be doing a game and uploading a Gaylord Perry replay. We're not going to do that. We'll let Tim decide. We'll go through there and we'll put one up. And it beats. Tim does a lot of Strat Advanced, Super Advanced cards and dice. So I thank Tim for that because it's a way to get some cards and dice on here and get the cards and dice guys over. I know a lot of people go to Tim's channel, but we don't have complete cross-pollination. Random Human says as long as 6 teams make playoffs in each league and the League Division Series stay at best of 5, spending tons of money doesn't ensure World Series appearance, and it seems MLB likes it that way. Random Human, to tell you the truth, whatever MLB tends to like these days are the things I absolutely loathe, my friend. All right, top of the 8th, here's Erstad. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Erstad swings, hard grounder to second. They come home, the tag by Mickey Cochran, and he is out.
Nice play.
Sensei's nailed it home. Big play by Max Bishop. Yeah, that one deserves another look. Yes, it does.
Way to get
Max
that
Bishop coming home. Exactly. So DeCince's not getting good contact in the ball, and Bishop keeping his head up could have just gone for the shore out, but nails Doug DeCince at home. So runner at first now, 2 down, and Raleigh Fingers will face Brian Downing, who is 1 for 3. 1-2 pitch on the way, and Raleigh Fingers hits Downing. All right, 2 on, 2 away, and second baseman Howie Kendrick, who came on, will stay in the game. Kendrick making his first plate appearance of the season in the Myths League. Fregosi on deck, and this one, wild pitch. Cochran chases it back, and runners advance. So now 2 in scoring position. Raleigh Fingers just having a rough time finding
tonight.
Not getting those cylinders firing as they should, Aaron. All right, Kendrick back in the count 2-0. Kendrick swings, little number back to the mound. Fingers will go to first. And did he dodge a nuclear missile there? So a run on a hit and an error, and 2 left in scoring position. To the bottom of the 8th we go. The Angels lead the A's 4-3, and we will see Bert Campaneris, a pinch hitter, I think, for Raleigh Fingers, and then back at the top of the order, and Mickey Cochran. Campaneris in the game is 1 for 2 with an error. Count full on Campaneris. And here is the pitch. Cut on, base hit, right field. Solidly stroked out there in the right field pasture. So Campaneris holds it first, but serious speed there. And here we go, one of my favorite players of all times. We'll be doing a game later with the 1929 Philadelphia A's. None other than Double X, Jimmy Fox. In his one at-bat in this season, he hit a home run.
Look out.
Brian Harvey to face one of those fearsome sluggers of all time. And light speed, Bert Campaneris on at first. Good lead. I don't expect them to send Campaneris, though. At least I wouldn't. I don't want to take the bat out of Jimmy Fox's hands, but we'll see. 2-2 pitch. Jimmy Fox looks at a called strike 3. So Brian Harvey picks up his third strikeout, challenges Jimmy Fox with the fastball. And Frank Tanana comes in. So we have Tanana now. Or Tanana, actually, is how you should say it.
Tanana.
So Frank Tanana in the series, making his first appearance in the season. And back to the top of the order for Black Mike. 1 away, Cochran batting with Campaneris on first. 4-3, Angels lead. Here's the pitch. And snap throw down to first, and they tried to catch Campaneris napping, but Campaneris too crafty for that. Dives back in ahead of the Glaus tag. Good throw down there by Brian Downing. But Campaneris says, son, I have too many years in this game. All right. Southpaw Tanana ready to bring it home now. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes on Black Mike. Cochran swings through the curveball. This one looked like it was a little bit outside the strike zone. So 2 down. And now that's it. Now we have Francisco Rodriguez. So the Angels hitting the bullpen hard here.
K-Rod.
How about it? So Rodriguez, in his only appearance, has struck out 1, walked 1, and given up an earned run. Ricky Henderson, 0 for 2 in the game. So good contact hitter at the plate and speedy runner at first. 2 down. If you're Oakland, do you take the chance? 1-0 pitch. Henderson swings, drilled to right. This gets down, base hit. Here come the A's, and tearing around and going into third, standing is Bert Campaneris. So here we go. Strong throw by Tim Salmon, but Campaneris, he's definitely he's like a Porsche Taycan, man. 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. So 2 away now for Reggie. Reggie, a disappointing nothing for 4.
Martinez Jackson.
And with a 0.91 average to start the season. So to say Reggie is due is an understatement. People here at A's holding up their moldy, crusty, hockey puck textured hard Reggie bars from way back in the day, trying to get something going here. 1 pitch. Jackson swings. Long fly ball center field, but this is going to stay in the yard. And bringing it down is Mike Trout. Nice catch out there. So Oakland blows an opportunity. We go to the 9th. And the Angels will send up Jim Fregosi, a pinch hitter for Francisco Rodriguez, and then Mike Trout. When we get to the A's, we will see the 4, 5, 6 hitters in the bottom of the ninth: Mark McGwire, Home Run Baker, and Bob Johnson. Liam Hendricks on now, looking to keep these Angels quiet. Hendricks in the season making his first appearance. Jim Fregosi up there now, 0 for 1. So waiting on deck, Rodriguez has a bat in his hand. 1-1 pitch. And this one, a little bounding ball to second. Up with that, it'll be Max Bishop on to Mark McGwire for the 4-3 putout. Garrett Anderson will come on to pinch hit here for the Angels. He's 0 for 2 in the season. 2 balls, no strikes on Anderson. Anderson swings, high fly ball, going out to shallow right, ranging to his right, and in is Reggie Jackson, calling off Bob Johnson for out number 2. Back at the top of the order, Mike Trout, also disappointing today, 0 for 4. 1-2. Grounded into a double play this time and strikes out. All right, we go to the bottom of the ninth, and the A's looking, right, because what's the old adage? Try to win it on the road, tie it at home. They are down by 1. Brendan Donnelly will come on. Donnelly wearing his Pirates livery, making his first appearance, and he will face Mark McGwire, Home Run Baker, and Bob Johnson. McGwire has yet to get a hit this season. Early days. Count full on McGwire. McGwire takes ball 4 inside. The tying run reaches.
The rally crowd is in. The rally hats are out.
Definitely. Rally caps are on. Here we
cap,
go.
The towels, the hankies.
The towels, the hankies, there, all of it.
No, that's the Twins is the Homer hanky.
Well, you know what? The A's are going to take whatever they can get right now.
Thundersticks.
Exactly. And the tomahawk chop, which I can do without, by the way. But, no, just because I got tired of
Yeah, I know what you mean. Go ahead.
My God. As a Pirates fan, you just hate it.
Like, shut up.
I know, shut up. And I don't want to hear about Francisco Cabrera anymore either. All right. 1 for 3 for Baker today with a run batted in. A 1-0 pitch on the way. Baker swings, drilled to right. Here we go. Nobody out. And McGwire thought about third and said, I don't think I'm going to run on Tim Salmon. So 2 on, nobody out for Indian Bob Johnson, who's 1 for 3. Brendan Donnelly would like to get the 2 ball here. 1-1 pitch on the way to Johnson. Johnson swings, lazy fly ball out to center. Big arcing job there, and Mike Trout has it. So 1 away for Max Bishop. Max Bishop 0 for 4. A's looking for a lot of good for Max Bishop this year. Certainly playing the field well, but 0 for 11 on the season. 1-0 pitch coming into Bishop. Bishop swings. Oh, my God. This one driven high and deep and gone. And the A's walk this one off. Wow. Max Bishop, his first homer. And it's a 3-run shot. And we are done here at Oakland. Wow.
That was awesome.
That was beautiful.
Unbelievable.
All right, Athletics wins 6-4 walk-off. Oakland Coliseum played host to some dramatic action. Frank Baker was a major factor in the 6-4 Oakland win over the LA Angels. The Athletics third baseman went 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a walk. The loss has the Angels at 0-3. Oakland got a knockout punch from Max Bishop. The second baseman hammered a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 9th inning to win the game. It might have been his only hit, but it decided the outcome. So the line for the A's, who go to 3-0, and I think the out of the park A's in this sort of league, trying to imitate the A's in Legend Sports Universe, they go to 3-0 now. The line on them: 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the LA Angels. They played a tough ball game, but they fall to 0-3, 4 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. So looking down here, anything fun? Well, no triples. But of course, home runs in the game, of course, all by the A's. Mickey Cochran hits his first back in the first inning. They gave the A's a lead that lasted for inning and a half, if that. And of course, the big shot you just saw there by Max Bishop, he absolutely clubbed the living crap out of that ball.
That was
All
a
right.
no doubter.
So let me see. We had no. Do we have any steals in this game? No, we did not. Crazy. All right, let's look at pitching. So Shohei Ohtani for the Angels went 4 2/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts. So begins the season with a 1.93 earned run average. Weaver came in, worked a third of an inning, earned run tagged on to him. Harvey gets the blown save, 1 1/3 inning, another earned run, did strike out 3. Frank Tanana came in, worked just to 1 batter, struck him out. Rodriguez worked a third of an inning, gave up a hit. Brendan Donnelly tagged with the loss and a blown save. So 2 pitchers with a blown save in this game. Donnelly worked a third in relief and got absolutely bitch slapped by Max Bishop on that 3-run homer. So in his ERA, for those of you who are curious, 81. Not 8.10, 81. Ouch. All right. So anyhow,
the season is young. It'll probably thin out over time.
Oh, you'd think. Player of the game is Frank Baker, and that does it here from Oakland. That was fun. Because you expect, Jimmy Fox or Al Simmons, and it's Max Bishop. Kaboom. All right. So this game is set that, or the way this is set up right now is I forgot to turn off Simulate World in the background. So we'll just look at standings in this league. Dwayne, you'll be happy to note the Giants beat the Yankees 3-2. Bill Dickey, though, had a home run in that game. Mathewson gets the win. Sparky Lyle got the loss. Romo with the save. Let me see here. Let's see. What did my Pirates do anything? No. Oh no, I didn't. These were games already played. So the next game would be Pirates and Reds. I don't know how that would work, Aaron, with you and me on here at the same time. Got a good Braves Nationals matchup here. Phil Negro versus Dennis Martinez. That looks like a good one. Juan Guzman versus Bob Gibson. Blue Jays versus Cardinals. So that could be fun. But anyhow, we'll come back to this. So out of the park baseball.
I like how when you finish a game, it gives you the little news clipping.
So yeah, out of the park is so good at that too. I love it. And the other thing it does, Aaron, and I hope that someday in some way this game will be accessible to you because it's the king.
If I can navigate pure sim and strategy baseball, which I like how it presents to you a weekly magazine of what's going on during the sim that you're doing.
Right.
I kind of like it because it's like you can figure out the news of the week, what's going on, who's doing what, everything like that.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's great, and as a beta testing game, I can't talk about what's coming up in the next one, but I'm so chuffed, man. I'm like chuffed because there is a game mode in there that I've been waiting for because I play old-timey baseball and historical and all kinds of stuff. And it works in conjunction with a feature that was introduced last year and some interface. It's going to be a must-buy out of Park 26. And I can't say anything more. I'm not allowed.
All you're not allowed to say.
I'm like dying here. It's a good thing I'm Irish and Italian.
You signed an NDA, like an NDA or something like that. You cannot say anything more.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just given if you agree to do this. But oh my God, I'm like, I can't wait. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to buy it.
Temptation.
So Mike says when the Cubs signed Jose Guzman, he was referred to as Jose the wrong Guzman because the Cubs fans wanted Juan Guzman instead. That's funny. So Sean, not as high of opinion as out of the park baseball as I do, but but I don't know. To me, this is the king. This is just the king of baseball, and that's high praise for it because, I'm the baseball sims that I do play, and there's quite a few. Baseball for Windows is fantastic, and we're going to be doing some of that later.
Mm-hmm.
When I need to take a little break or something. But this thing is just incredible. And then when you add in something like the integrated mod, now you've got a completely different restructured database, all kinds of stuff. With Mike Silva's mod that properly applies, the logos and everything like that, and the ballparks, and how deep. And this honks some people off in the community. That's why I want to have Mike Garland on to talk about more statistically why this game is very, very accurate. But you've got to get in there and get your hands dirty, and do some work and get some settings right. I love it for a great feature that never gets touted because very few people play dead ball baseball. I've never seen a digital baseball sim play dead ball baseball, correct tactics, strategies, and everything. Out of the Park just does it right. And it always has played dead ball baseball like just perfectly. I couldn't ask for any better. But yet that could be one of the big selling points. But most people don't care about dead ball baseball. But that's all right.
I like it.
I love it too. And dead balls. I mean, Bernie was converted to dead ball baseball. He never knew anything about it and loves it now. So let's go on and let's look at our
standing.
So let me see. So Sean does concede though that Out of the Park is still better than the current NFL. Exactly. Pete York asks here, who does everyone have as their all-time A's manager? So he's partial to Billy Ball. Well, Pete, I don't know if Dwayne Martz is still in here with us, but Dwayne Martz is a huge championship for Billy Martin. I think he was a hell of a manager myself. And I think one of the great managers in baseball, like not just the A's, as Dwayne pointed out, and I'm sure you already know this, Pete, as well. Billy Martin would go in and just turn franchises around. It's just great. Bernie says Out of the Park would be perfectly made to deal with the players and supplied photos with the game. That would be nice, but at least you can use the photos. So that's cool. They do actually, if we go to the start screen, Bernie, and I know you don't have to in Out of the Park baseball, but I'm going to save the game anyhow. I know you don't, but we can do it. They do have the license, so I'm not sure if I don't know the ins and outs of it. But if we go to the Out of the Park start screen, there's and implied in the Major League Baseball license is a minor league baseball license. But let's let this get. So where is it? Where is it? Anyhow, you can see it's somewhere on one of these screens. I thought it was the start screen, but apparently it isn't. But they do have the endorsement of both Major League Baseball and Major League Players Baseball, association. So I don't know why they don't. But there you go. But I agree, it'd be nice to have the photos with the game. I'm also hoping at some point, and I still smart money as an Out of the Park baseball to pick up the mantle dropped by or left by APA PC baseball, and I believe it's going to be Out of the Park baseball that's going to have a really, really good. However, if they're going to do it by AI or whatever, this is the game that I expect to do it, and I mean do the real good in-depth stuff that Ernie Harwell did for baseball for Windows.
I mean, and that's what's so cool. Like when I play like deep into a season with APA, it's like he's got so much to tell.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you learn about how all your players are doing. You learn about what a head-to-head record is. You learn about I mean, it's just to hear him say like on the season, let's say Babe Ruth is hitting at 300 with 30 home runs and 100 something RBIs. I mean,
right.
And it's like, and then these two teams have played 20 times. The Yankees are 10 and whatever,
right?
And it's just amazing. I mean, like he tells you now. It's kind of I wish there was he could have done like if you've got like multiple games scheduled for the day that have either already happened or something like that's probably how it would be. But he could do like little score updates
Mm-hmm.
Okay, elsewhere in baseball today, blah blah blah, like the Athletics beat the Angels 3-2 or something like that. You
Mm-hmm.
do something like that, but I guess it's not. They worked with what they had. He worked with what he had back then, so you only had like current game statistics and everything. You didn't really. I mean, I can pull up StatMaster and look at things like streaks and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Game summaries and
It's a very deep game, baseball
I
for
mean,
Windows. It really
I
is.
like, for example, I did
It used to
19.
be my all-time favorite game. It
Right,
really,
right.
but
For
I love it to death. But this one is the king. But no, continue, please.
for
But before
example,
you do, I'm going to ask the chat. We're going to just set up a game between two teams in history. So the first two teams I see up to come up in the chat, we're just going to set up a game between them, a one-off. So while we're talking, Aaron, go ahead, man.
so just for the hell of it, I did 1990 again, and I finished the regular season, and I went and looked at final standings. Who is finally leading the way at the end of the season, and it was the Blue Jays in the East, the A's in the West, in the American League. The National League was a shocker to me because the Expos won the East, and of course, as you know, the Reds won the West.
Right.
Well, I looked at the injury report, and the only people that were injured were Dave Henderson of the A's and Mariano Duncan for the Reds. So I
Mm-hmm.
had to, when I made the playoffs, the LCS organization, I put those people on the 7-day disabled list
Mm-hmm.
because they're hurt. You want them to reflect on, say, like how on, like, if they're hurt, somebody's hurt during the end of the season, they're gone for, like, let's say they're gone for 20 days. They may miss most of the playoffs. If that team is in the playoffs, they may miss most of it because they're hurt.
Uh-huh.
But I haven't started the LCS yet, so
I love the way he does postseason. Guys, we have the two teams picked. So here we go. The 1910 Philadelphia A's will be playing the 1949 Boston Red Sox. Red Sox had a hell of a team. If you want to play season replay, guys, and I know a lot of folks do 70s, 80s, 90s replays, but if you want to do a great replay, but you don't want to go all the way back to the dead ball era, the 1949 season is a fantastic season to replay. It really is. Let's do the recap on these two seasons. I'm going to have you guys decide a couple other things on this, but we'll get to that part and how we want these two teams to play. All right, so let's do 1910 to recap. The closest competition in the 1910 season was not between teams, but between two players. Cleveland veteran Nap Lajoie hit .384 to edge Detroit youngster Ty Cobb at .383 in the race for the American League batting title. Neither of their teams was a contender for the American League pennant, as the Philadelphia Athletics made a runaway of the race and then disposed of the Chicago Cubs in 5 games in the World Series. Philadelphia's hitters, the best in the American League, hit .316 in the series and scored 35 runs. So let me tell you really quickly, so that thing between Lajoie and Cobb. So the batting title back then was called the Chalmers Award. Automaker Hugh Chalmers offered an automobile for whoever won the batting title in each league. So that was a hotly contested race for the batting title that year for the Chalmers Award. And as it turned out, Cobb was so hated. But one of the things that came out is that the St. Louis Browns, kind of sort of let up on Lajoie through the season, and for Cobb, what they would do is walk Cobb. So of course, batting, that has nothing to do with batting average. So Chalmers, being the guy that he was, and because it was just 1/1000th of a point, awarded both Ty Cobb and Nap Lajoie the Chalmers Award. Although Lajoie is the 1910 American League batting champ. Anyhow, Jimmy Collins, one of my favorite old-timey players, who was .324 with 81 RBI, was the offensive leader for the Athletics, who paired their bats with the stellar pitching of Jack Combs and Chief Bender, Hall of Famer. There we go. Duo combined for a record of 54 wins and 14 losses. Hang on a second. I got to mute for a second.
The door said, knock, knock, knock.
All right. Folks are ordering in for some food there, so I'm going to get a veggie sub. All right. Anyhow, so think about that, man. They combined for a record of 54 and 14. American League strikeout leader was 22-year-old. This guy was a scrub, Walter Johnson, who fanned 313 for the 7th place Washington team. This is why I call Johnson the greatest pitcher in baseball, bar none. This man had no run support, right? And he strikes out 313 hitters, posts ridiculous numbers in terms of shutouts, in terms of ERAs, things like that. Walter Johnson to me is, and no knock on the greats like Bob Gibson and Tom Seaver and everybody else through the ages, Grove, Hubble, whatever. The Cy Young Award should be named the Walter Johnson Award. Amen. So the Cubs dominated the National League in similar fashion, combining a well-rounded lineup with consistent pitching led by a pair of workhorses. The great Three-Finger Brown, who went 25-13, and King Cole, who went 20-4. Not Nat King Cole, mind you, were the stalwarts of a staff in which 6 pitchers won more than 10 games. The National League batting title went to Philadelphia's Sherry McGee, who should be in the World Series. There, you guys knew I was going to say it. Line on him that year was a 331 average, 123 runs batted in. Sully Hoffman led the club at 325. Christy Mathewson of the second-place New York Giants led the league with 27 wins and was second in strikeouts at 184. But look at the difference. So Christy Mathewson, one of the immortals, 184 strikeouts. Walter strikes out 313 and no run support. Walter Johnson, oh my God. So what a great comparison right there. But anyhow, led the league in 27 wins and was second in strikeouts, 184, one behind Earl Moore of the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, now the recap for 1949. And again, a hell of a season to replay, guys. The Red Sox and Yankees fought all summer for the American League pennant, with New York beating Boston twice on the final weekend to return to the World Series. Brooklyn took advantage of a poor final week by the Cardinals to surge ahead and win the National League by a single game. The Dodgers, however, were no match for the Yankees pitching, as the Bronx Bombers won the World Series in 5. Ted Williams, look at this line for him, 343, 43 home runs, 159 runs batted in, and 150 runs scored. Missed his 3rd American League Triple Crown by a fraction of a point in batting average, but was named Most Valuable Player of the League. Dodger infielder Jackie Robinson had his finest season, leading the National League in batting average and steals, to earn the Most Valuable Player award just 2 years after joining the majors. Baseball saw the debut of 2 talented rookies in Washington's Roy Sievers, who went 306 that year, 16 home runs, 91 run batted in, and the great Don Newcomb with the Brooklyn Dodgers, who went 17-8 with a 3.17 earned run average. Each was named Rookie of the Year. So the milestones and moments from 1949, Boston center field Dom DiMaggio had a 34-game hitting streak, broken on August 9th as he lined out to brother Joe in his last at-bat. Pittsburgh outfielder, Hall of Famer Ralph Kiner, hit 4 home runs against the Phillies on 13 September. Charlie Gehringer, Three-Finger Brown, and Kid Nichols all entered the Hall of Fame. All right, guys, so we have game, era, and strategy. So let's go with that first. So we have 2 teams separated by 39 years, and in baseball, it's a long time. Do we want to play default modern era? Do we want to play this as 1910 settings or 1949 settings? Do we want the opening day rosters, or do we want the World Series rosters, or just end of seasons? And we'll leave our roster limit at 25 players, and we'll disable injuries. So no DH, no DH.
Are we doing this? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Out of park baseball.
Out of park. Okay,
baseball.
Go ahead.
Maybe we'll do a game later, show people how you can set something like this up in baseball for Windows.
Yeah,
very
sure,
easy to do that too. Yeah, and just about any game you can do this. Robert, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have a football fan here, and he's also a huge baseball fan, coming into grace with his presence. The one, the only, the man, the myth, the libido, RJL Network. Roberto, how you doing, my friend?
happy Super Bowl Sunday to everybody out there. For those of you who care or don't care about the game, which I'll still be watching it, but I thought since you were in doing this, I thought I'd stay, say hello and pay my
Thank you,
respect to
man.
all you good people out there.
Thank
Hey,
you,
Robert.
Robert. And All-Star game, pimp it out, man. It's a Monday night, right?
Yep, we got the 1983 All-Star Game that will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow night from Comiskey Park. And that will be inside pitch because the cards and the colors, and that's a good thing about playing. I mean, the thing about inside pitch is that playing all-star games are beautiful because each card is colorful, So that's what we'll do inside pitch, and then we will return with a little fall classic on Wednesday after the break. I've already gotten my all-star teams put together, and she's ready to go for tomorrow night at 8. Can't believe we're already. My 1983 season is already 1983 season. As I can't believe I'm already at the All-Star break already, and we're already in the month of July.
I know. I saw that, and I'm like, wait a minute. It's like because in my mind, Robert, you just started this, and yep, you're at halfway point.
Yeah, I just started this thing, and we're already in the month of July, and we actually got some pretty good race. Right now, nobody is running away with any of the divisions. But remember, I use the top 3 teams each division. But right now the Tigers lead the American League East. They got
Thanks, Mike. I hope you come back. Sorry, Robert. Just wanted to give Mike a shout out.
You got it there, Mike.
Thanks for coming in, Mike. Appreciate you, man.
So we have where are we here? Okay, so we have we've got the Detroit Tigers, the 2-game lead on the Yankees. Toronto is in third, half game ahead of the Brewers. The Orioles still very much alive. They're 8 back, but they're only 3 back of third. Boston and Cleveland are going to be removed from the next block, so we will not see them any longer unless they get back into it. The American League West, the White Sox have a 3.5 game lead on the Rangers. Oakland, California, Kansas City are within 2.5 games within third, but they are under 500, so they got to get above 500 to still have a shot, but we'll still be using them. Seattle, Minnesota are removed from the block. Montreal has a 2.5 game lead on the Phillies. And in the National League East,
go Spos.
30 up to Spos. The Cubs, the Mets, believe it or not, the Mets are actually still alive. The Cubs, Mets, and Pirates and Cardinals are all within 1 game of third, but they're under 500. But we're going to still play them because they're still within playoff hunt.
Last decent year for my Buccos in the 80s until you get to 88. So
exactly. And the National League West, the Braves have a 1.5 game lead on the Padres for the division. The Dodgers are in third. The Giants are in fourth, but only 3.5 back. The Reds right now are 6.5 back of the third. The Astros are 10 back. So Cincinnati and Houston will be removed from the next block. So pretty much after the second block is when I cut off the teams that are no longer in the playoff hunt.
Okay.
And there's a couple of reasons why. A, I want to play with teams that are in the playoff hunt because obviously those are the games you need to see. B, I need to generate more board records so that in case there is a tie at the end of the year or something like that, the board record is the first tiebreaker, because I don't do no more games 163. So
you're gonna have it's gonna be awesome. I'll be there tomorrow night for that All-Star game. It's gonna be exciting.
I got a heck of a race. Nobody, but
even you do.
Even if I was not doing the top 3 teams each division, I gotta tell you, nobody is running away with anything. White Sox 3.5, Tigers 2, Expos 2.5, and the Braves 1.5. Nobody is running away with anything in this season. I got 4 very good races here.
Right. Yeah, you do. You definitely do. I'd like to, White Sox are going to be a little bit of, good team. I'd love it if the White Sox could somehow pull it out. I kind of like rooting for because they were a good team in '83, but kind of a dark horse with how things are playing out right now. But don't you love it when you do things like this and nobody's running away with it like crazy? Because I know that's happened to you in some of your season replays. You get at least one team that's like, okay, yeah, these guys had it in the bag back in June. Those are frustrating.
Yeah, exactly. I got those teams that run away with it, and
right.
Teams that are not. And some teams that won the World Series that don't even make it into the postseason. The '88 Dodgers come to mind in my replay. So, and like I said, and of course you always have outliers when you use a system like Fast Score or some other some other computer system or whatever to
Right.
generate a postseason, to help generate a postseason tournament. I mean, the reason why I like the top 3 teams is because it makes the regular season more exciting. The
Mhm.
last week of the regular season, there's always some teams that are still alive in it, but they have to have winning records. But there is one caveat to that. I do have to have a minimum of 4 teams. So it is possible a team with a losing record can get in, but only if they are the number 4 seed, and that's it. I can't just have 3 teams with winning records, 3 teams in there. I got to have at least a minimum of 4. That kind of makes sense. So,
Got a question for you, my friend. So, I mean, I know you're getting ready to gear up for the Super Bowl game, but I wanted to ask you just quickly, just for people to be curious.
I'm not going away for a little bit. Talk to me.
So I think what's really fun is maybe if you wouldn't mind just for a few minutes, because with no spoilers, obviously, but you're doing something that's really, really cool that I don't see a lot of people do that play cards and dice, and that is an all-star game, right? So I'm just wondering, like, how what kind of decisions, because you're not playing an all-star game right? You're not playing the 1983 all-star game as it was, but as it is in your baseball universe. So what's going to guide you in your decisions about how long, a pitcher's going to be in, or who's coming in to hit? How could you talk about that process a little bit with what you're doing?
First of all, my all-star game it's an exhibition game. It doesn't mean anything. That's number
Right.
1. Number 2, I do relax some of the baseball rules in my all-star games. If a player comes out, he can come back in, but as long as all other players have been used. So I try to get everybody on the board as possible. Number 3, fatigue does not exist. So pitchers can pitch as long as they need to, no matter what. I will not use fatigue results or anything like that, at least for inside pitch.
Sure.
Okay, there's not going to be fatigue results. All right. Number 4, the strategy roll. The strategy roll I still use, but it's very possible I may do a couple of things in the All-Star game that I probably wouldn't do in a regular season. For instance, I had Ozzie Smith steal home. I believe that was 88 All-Star game. I had that done in. So Ozzie Smith stole home in the 88 All-Star game. So that it's going to be something like that. I try to get all pitchers on the mound at least for an inning if possible. The starters, however, I try to go through. I let the starters, not the starting pitcher, but the starting lineups. I like them to go through the lineup at least twice, and then start bringing in pinch hitters in the positions they're in. I don't do no double switches or anything like that. The 83 All-Star game still did not use the designated hitter, even though it's at Comiskey Park. So they did not use the DH in that game, but of course pitchers will not be batting in this. So I have pinch hitters, of course. They will not be batting in this All-Star game. I already have scheduled. I've already put together the lineups. Of course, it's the starting lineups. I mean, it's the actual players that played in the All-Star game. Everybody that was in the All-Star game is on the benches, except for any. Now I do check to see if anybody was hurt or if anybody didn't play. For instance, in 1983. Ron Guidry and Reggie Jackson were injured and they did not play in the All-Star game, so they are not in my lineups. So I still follow how the injury rules are going for the 83 season. Okay, so and then I'll go ahead and try to bring in as many players as possible. I'm not going to use my helper card because I'm constantly changing outfielders all the time, so I'll just have to do things like just add plus and minuses with inside pitch, and of course, we use the ballpark. We're at Comiskey Park, so that's the park that's going to be used, obviously, in 83. It's an exhibition game. I relax a few baseball rules.
I like it.
And if I have to bring a player that already played and bring him back in, fine. Who cares? It's exhibition. It's a fun. It's just a way. It really doesn't matter who wins the game. It doesn't matter. I just let the dice roll as they are, and that's really much it. So it's All-Star games. They are. I always said if I ever do season replays. You got to do the All-Star game. How do you not do a season replay? Now I'm wondering if you're doing just a single team replay, I get it. But if you're doing a season replay like Ron Juckett does, Uncle Ron, baseball demos, okay, he does the season replays and such. If you're gonna do a season replay, how do you not do the All-Star game? The All-Star game, I know today. The All-Star game has kind of lost a little bit of its luster. It's not like, it really is now an exhibition. But I'll tell you, remember, back in the back in the day, back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, even 80s and 90s.
Yeah, ask Ray Fosse about Pete Rose, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly. You really wanted to win those All-Star games back in the day, but nowadays the players play their basic baseball, but of course they don't want to get hurt now in the All-Star game because I mean, how about this? 2025 All-Star game. This year it's held at Atlanta. They get the All-Star game back when it was taken from them in 2021.
Yeah.
Which at one point I agreed with. Now I completely disagree with it. But now, and here I got Juan Soto going ahead and let's say Juan Soto playing in the game and he gets beat, and he tears a ligament, running, it's the thing, I understand it can happen in the regular season, even in spring training, but still, no, my All-Star games are a nice, relaxing exhibition game, colorful, lots of fun, lots of Hall of Famers on the field, lots of, a lot of good things, and I see World's Worst Gamer, and I'm seeing in his content. He said it's in the playoffs. He said, yeah, but yes, if you were making regular video content, you would. I agree, because look, if I was just doing this offline and just saying, okay, here I am, I'm going to just play a game offline and just post the game in the Facebook group, and that'll be it. That's great. All right, and no, when I do an All-Star game, probably not. But since I do replays and every game of mine is done, for everybody to watch, of course I'll do the All-Star game. It's still the Midsummer Classic, and I feel it deserves to be played. So
I agree with you. So guys,
why would you not want to see an All-Star game?
I love them.
Such as when we have a whole bunch of All-Stars and Hall of Famers such as Tim Raines, Andre Dawson, Gary Carter,
Hell yeah.
Reggie Jackson, friggin'. And by the way, Harold Baines is not in the All-Star game.
Harold Baines. Harold Baines making the broadcast. Way to go, Harold.
There is no Harold Baines in the No.
Robert, I haven't thought, because I know you've invoked Raines quite a bit on your channel. I have on mine. And what I've often thought, because a lot of my name isn't Beatles Eternally, but because there's Major League Baseball players that hang around. They're in this hobby. Wouldn't it be funny if Harold Baines was like one of the people that comes to your channel or mine, and one day he's gonna say, "Hey, I am Harold Baines. Why are you guys always dissing me, man?" Oh my God!
I'm waiting for that.
I don't think you belong in the Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. If he can get on there, I will say. I'll of course be. If he does show up, I'll of course be respectful.
Of course. I mean, he was a damn good baseball player, but not Hall of Fame.
I'll put you in the Hall of the Very Good.
Yeah,
but I'm not putting you in the Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. Why are you in the Hall of Fame and not Donnie Baseball?
Maybe Sean, maybe World's Worst Gamer is Harold Baines. I don't know, man. Because here's why I say this: he and Harold Baines have never been in the same room together at the same time, Robert. So I have my suspicions. Guys, we need to pick a strategy here. We have teams separated here literally by 2 eras of baseball. Do we want these two to face off in modern era? Do we want to play by dead ball era style baseball or 1949? Still need a decision here, guys. Then we'll forge ahead. Go ahead, Robert.
What's between the two, between dead ball and golden years?
So you mean the two teams, or the?
You got the 1910 Athletics and you got the 49 Red Sox, right?
Right.
So what's in between? So you got the dead ball era, then the golden year. So what's the era between 1920 and 1946?
So the way Out of the Park splits it up is dead ball, baseball's rebirth, the golden years.
If they're that close, then I would go ahead and put medium. I would medium it and use baseball's rebirth era.
I can't. So when you do, so what happens with Out of the Park baseball when you're creating, because this is a tournament.
Right.
So when you're creating that, the more teams you put in, then the more years you can pick. When you're doing season replays in Out of the Park baseball, you can normalize it to any damn year you want. Well, so with this, we only have 3 choices.
So you got 1910, I would probably, in that case, 1949 settings.
1949? All right. Anybody object to 1949?
Yeah, that gives them, because here's a reason for that too. When Fall Classic, which I'm really enjoying right, Fall Classic baseball.
Right.
Okay, that I've been enjoying a lot since I've been getting them. I've been getting a lot more seasons too for it. As a matter of fact, I'm collecting all the seasons that I've already played an inside pitch to now go into my collection.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, but still, 19 Fall Classic does have a normalization factor on its ballpark cards. So if you want to take, let's say, the 1919 Chicago White Sox and play them against the 2024 Chicago White Sox, there is a normalization on the ballpark cards, which will tell you how to increase to kind of go ahead and level the playing field between the two.
Okay.
So, and what it really uses, it kind of grades the pitchers a little differently automatically, but it does go ahead and have some normalization functions. And that's the one thing I do like about FCB. So if you go ahead, if you play the 1910 Philadelphia Athletics, okay, will play like the Philadelphia Athletics, but they'll be given a little bit of a boost because remember, baseball was even like I said, even in 1949, baseball got boosted, okay, and the ball is no longer dead; it's live.
Right.
In the era of baseball here, so I just feel that it allows you to normalize the game as a whole. So that's the one thing I like about Fall Classic. I mean, if I was to go ahead and see Inside Pitch doesn't have any seasons before 1956. Now, that is something that Chris wants to work on when he's all done with catching up in the seasons he's doing now.
Which I can't wait, because I do want to play the game, but I want to play older. You know me, Robert. I want to play older baseball.
He's using a new system now, which is really allowing him to rate his games faster. According to him, 2024 season should be out very shortly, and then he's going to do 03 and 06, and then he's pretty much done with that inventory, and he's also working on some other stuff, but no spoilers. But
I wanted to ask you something, Robert. So for Inside Pitch, because I know you and David, you guys are the gurus of that game. How would you say that game does with cross era play? So let's say if you were doing the 2016 Cubs against the 1975 Red Sox, how do you think that game would do with cross era play? Is there a mechanism built in for it?
So I've not done any cross era. I really can't give an opinion because I've not tried it. Although the system is going to be the same. Remember, even though 1975 baseballs is different from 2024 baseball,
right?
Okay, concerning rules and pitcher usage and such,
right?
All right, and but I think it would do fine for cross era play. But I really feel that game is really not designed for cross era play. I really don't think it is, because the system he uses, which is the DIP system, which DIPS, DIPS,
right,
and it really is designed to be used for the season it's being used for. I mean, I could probably try a series between a 2024 team against the 1956 team or something like that and see what settings I get. But I don't think it's gonna. I don't think you're really gonna see. I really don't think you're gonna see any nuances out of that. Out of doing a crosshair play. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
I'm playing 1983. Okay. I'm doing the 1983 season. This is the first season in the 80s I've done in a long time. All right.
It really is. Yeah.
The last season I've done in the 80s a long time. I mean, the last season I did was 1988. And then we went to 2016.
Right.
Then we went back to 1972. And then we went back to 1969.
Yep.
Okay, and then we went forward to 83. I'm also going to be changing some formats in my selection show, which is going to create a little bit more variety in the seasons. I no longer want to play. I don't want to play another season as close to the season I just finished. I want to jump. So you'll see when we get to the selection show, everybody will see what I'm talking about. No spoilers. But I think cross era play, I really don't think you'll see any nuances. But 1983, I can tell there is a difference in playing 1983 than there was in 1969.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah.
I can tell there's a difference when I was playing 20. Now, of course, huge difference when you go from 1988, which is still the defensive era of baseball. It's still called the defensive era. And then jump all the way to 2016.
Oh, yeah.
Totally different type of, which is contemporary baseball.
Right.
And you see how, and when you play 2016, you're changing pitchers pretty much almost every inning, every inning or every other inning and that kind of thing because of the pitcher usage. Right. And then you jump all the way back to 1972. I'll tell you, when I did that, from the 2016 season back to 72. All right, it took me a little bit getting used to playing back to the 70s baseball than I was in 2010s baseball. And even when you play these seasons, okay, when you play these seasons, and no matter what game engine, you're gonna see a difference, okay, in how these seasons play. It really is amazing. And I'll tell you this: cards and dice. I feel when you play a season in cards and dice
Mm-hmm.
compared to a season on the computer, like Out of the Park or
Mm-hmm.
Action, the atmosphere on cards and dice when you roll the dice and actually move the cards around and actually decide what you need to do
Mm-hmm.
is different than just pointing and clicking, I think. And
Definitely.
but not just because you're actually rolling dice and choosing cards. There's a difference in the atmosphere when playing the 83 season. 1969, there was a difference. And I think it also has to do with some of the players. Okay. Like in 1969, there's only a few players that are in 1983 that still were playing in 1969. There's not that many of them. Okay.
Right.
Jim Palmer is still with the Orioles. Okay. So,
Jim Palmer pitched forever, man. Jeez.
Palmer pitched forever. Okay, Tom Seaver, is back with the Mets in '83, but he was pitching in '69.
Right.
But there were a lot of players that, of course, aren't playing in '83, like maybe Harmon Killebrew or like Harmon Killebrew, or maybe Bob Gibson of the Cardinals, or something like that. Those players are gone. Willie Mays and all that. Willie McCovey. They're not in there. So those players that how baseball played when those players were on the field. Now that they're no longer on the field, now you're seeing some youth. Okay, in 1983, for instance, a very young Ricky Henderson, may he rest in peace. Okay, greatest leadoff hitter in baseball history. Okay, some other pitchers, a young Roger Clemens or a young Jack, not a young, but a Jack Morris in his prime, or a Kirk Gibson. I mean, players that's the one thing I like about jumping around. And and I'll be honest, I'm happy that 1969 was done because it was my birth year.
Yeah.
I did 1972 and 1969 came up. I was a little disappointed that was the season that was chosen because it was only 3 years backwards. I would have loved to have done 90. I would have done after 72, maybe doing let's say 1956 or 1957, or maybe going up to 1993, 94. And then going back to 69 or something like that.
But the cards fall where they may, my friend, right?
Right. The cards flew they made. Those are decisions. Those are decisions, and I had the dice roll, and that's what came up. So I'm going to make some changes to the selection show this time, which will allow for a greater variety. And since now Fall Classic is part of this, I'm now going to include seasons that Fall Classic has. All right. But with a caveat, which I'll get to, because remember, Fall Classic has a lot of seasons from 1908 up to 1955,
which is why I'm interested in that game intensely. So,
because for 1955, because inside pitch doesn't go back that far,
right?
So if a season now, I don't want to do just a straight Fall Classic season, which I was thinking about doing if that ever came up. I would probably find another game engine to join it with it, but there are not many. There really aren't that many game engines. I mean, APA, but I don't like APA at all. All right, I just don't like APA at all. It just doesn't. And even the master game is still. Even the master game would be better to play for APA, but I just don't like the charts and all that crud. I got to keep. I know. I just don't want to do APA.
Right.
Baseball has a lot of seasons back, has also a good amount of seasons back in the 50s, 40s, and 30s. But I don't like the system. I just don't like the replay system. And I check it and I said, replay system does not give a good variety of plays. It doesn't, because of the way their cards are fleshed out. So I will not be doing replay. There is like now Clay Dreslock of Season Ticket Baseball has been getting a lot more seasons in the past.
Yeah.
All right? He's getting a little bit more there. There's so many, there's so many choices out there. I mean, Stratomatic has some seasons from the past back there, but they don't card everybody, right? Stratomatic.
I hate that. I hate that. Oh my god.
They don't card everyone.
Yeah.
In order to, and if you want to card everyone, you pretty much have to have two ways to do it. The computer game, and then do a cut and paste of every card that you don't have, and it looks kind of yucky when you put it on the board. All right.
Right.
Or B, you got to get the card viewer, then take a picture of every card, and you can only do advanced to super advanced. You cannot do basic. So and that you get the card viewer, take a screenshot, and maybe print them out on paper or something like that, which you could do, which is possible to do, but it's a pain in the ass. I had one guy do it for me for my 1986 season, and I have every player carded for the 86 season, okay, for Stratomatic, but that's the only season I'm going to get from them. All right, because they don't card everyone. So I don't say how you can do a season replay if you don't card everyone. I mean, okay, well, you can still play and say, yeah, sure. But then again, what if there's a starting pitcher that I don't have?
Yeah.
So what do? Just choose somebody else, but that's not as played lineups.
No, money. That's what it is, man.
Stratomatic was never designed to do full season replays. That's why they don't card everyone. It is not a game designed to play full season replays. What it's designed for is you buy a copy of Stratomatic. Maybe you get some extra players, but you still don't get everyone. Okay, you get a friend together. You take your favorite team, your favorite players, put up together a lineup, and play. All right.
It's interesting you said that, because in college, the big three that we played were Strat, APA, and Status Pro, and it would always be like for the Strat. We always we thought about it, like, hey, let's just. Yeah, that was the head-to-head game. Let's just pick two teams and just play and hang out in the student union. That's what we did with Strat. But I mean, that said, hell of a fine baseball engine, but the fact that they don't card their all players just drives me to the distraction.
It is an awesome baseball. It is an awesome baseball. The one Stratomatic is made could I as much as I can't stand it, they don't card everyone. It may really be the best baseball engine there is to play. Okay, because their ratings are usually spot on. Okay, usually. I mean, there's only a few cards I've found that just doesn't seem to gist with me, but okay, fine. So, hey there, Joe Murdy.
Hey, Joe. Welcome in. He says, hey, Beatles, Robert and all. Been on listening for a bit, spending some time this weekend trying to organize some action PC stuff so you can play on your computer. Yeah, Joe, I've got a new computer sitting here, but I had to buy an internet booster. So this sexy new computer's been sitting here for 6 days, and it's like, oh my God. So, I'm going to be transitioning over, and this PC that I have now is going to be strictly used for virtual studio technology stuff. But yeah, so I know what you mean, man. It's like, but then I know once I get it, it's like, I have like the attention span of a gnat when it comes to this. And it's like, yeah, but I've been waiting to play Everspace 2 and stuff like that. So, but it's all the baseball migration, Joe. You know the pain. It's going to be a lot, because it's a lot. It's like, oh my God.
The computer I have is about almost going on 8 or 9 years old. It's fine, but the thing about it is, for some reason, my motherboard cannot run Windows 11.
Really?
So, right. I did a test on it, did all the tests, and there's just something in the motherboard that will not allow me to run Windows 11. So after October, Windows 10 will no longer be supported.
Yeah, that's right.
The computer is going to be dead. All right. It's just that I'm gonna sooner or later I'm going to get another one, which which I probably will be doing. But then that means I got to move everything from this computer into the other one.
Yep.
All right. Which can be done. I can have someone do it, but but still, but yeah, I mean, but that's the thing about Stratomatic may probably have the best engine there is, but because they don't card everyone, it just doesn't really make it. It's really not applicable for a season replay. Now, of course, let's put it this way: baseball demos can do season replays, but in order for him to do it, he has to have the action PC. He has to have the Stratomatic PC game, which is still stuck in the DOS ages, by the way.
Oh God, yes.
Right. And
yep.
He has to get those cards.
Yep.
Then he had somebody help him create 1987 American League cards for him to do the replay, so he can do that. All right. So he has everybody. But why do you have to do it that way when you should just go ahead and you know, why should you have to go ahead and have somebody do that? You know,
Sean, I love you, brother. If I could make an emperor wrench, I would. I'm sorry, but I'm just
I know
they don't card everyone, but playing it that way is still better than watching the NFL and the Super Bowl now.
I'll be watching Super Bowl in a couple hours, but you know, but because they don't. Why should you have to do that?
You should, well, you shouldn't. Right? You shouldn't have
cards
to.
everyone. You get everyone with APA. Okay, at least some of the newer. They've been remastering seasons too. There were some seasons that they didn't card everyone. Now
replay gives you everybody too, right?
You know, huh?
Doesn't replay give you everybody as well?
Not with the main card set. You have to. There is a friend file they do offer that you can download and. But
it's free at least. You don't have to pay for it.
Right? Inside Pitch, the same thing. Inside Pitch also doesn't card everyone, but I can download the French players for free, and I get everybody carded. You know, at least they are carded. That's the thing.
At least they're carded, right? Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Chris Davis, he has been excellent. If you find a player that is not carded, maybe because he was only used as a pinch runner, such as the guy Washington from the Athletics or something like that, or whatever his name was, okay, but never had a single at bat.
Right.
But he was used as a pinch runner or a stolen base man.
Was that Herb Washington? No.
Herb Washington. I think it was
Herb Washington. Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell Chris, hey, Chris, I need you to card this. I mean, I wouldn't ask him to send me a printed because it would be considered fringe. If it's a fringe player, I'll just take a PDF and I'll print it here. That's fine. The card will rarely get used. Okay. But I asked him, say, Chris, can you card this guy for me? A day or two later, boom, done. And he sends me a PDF of the card. I'll print it out and I'll have it. Okay, he has no problem carding anybody that his rule is if a pitcher did not pitch, if a pitcher pitched maybe no less than 2 innings and had a batter had only 1 at bat, he probably will not card them. But if you want that player carded, you just let him know and say, hey, can you card this? Even though he only had 1 at bat, can you card him for me? And he will. It's as simple as that.
Then there's hope that Moonlight Graham will eventually get in there someday. I do hope that Chris will. I'm really looking forward to the time when he'll start getting back into older. I mean, I don't expect him to make the jump into dead ball right away, but it'd be nice to see some 1920s and 1930s seasons.
I've already given him a list of seasons that before 1956 that I think a lot.
Well, this one here, 1949, is like a must play. It's one of the greatest seasons in baseball history.
Well, I told him, I gave him a list of 10 seasons that I felt that a lot of people wanted. Okay, 1949 was one of them.
Nice.
Okay, 1908.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, 1908, which I think is maybe the best dead ball season ever done.
Oh, yes.
Possibly. Okay.
Yes.
1919 because of the Black Sox.
The Black Sox,
okay.
Yeah.
1927 because of the Yankees.
Yeah.
All right. 1933, which I felt was a good year.
Yeah, it was. Washington had a good team in 33.
1941.
Oh, great season. Holy shit. Yeah.
I also gave him 1924 for the Senator for Walter Johnson dominating with the Senators. I also gave him 1947, Jackie Robinson's rookie year. Okay. So and I also gave him 1951 with the shot heard around the world. So, it is. But then again, I mean, those are the seasons I gave. But there's a lot of others that I know a lot of people like to see.
Right.
But the question is his game engine right now. His game engine doesn't utilize his game engine that he uses. The information he needs in order to create the seasons, he's having issues finding. But also right now, he's also working on something else. And remember, he's a one-man show. So he does the baseball, does inside pitch, he does inside blitz, he does inside the crease, he does inside the paint, he does, inside the cup. He's doing the inside the net for a
soccer. So could you, but what I need as a favor is if he ever comes out with inside Kate Beckinsale, let me know because I'll buy it. Guys, we ready? Chief Bender versus Mel Parnell. So Chief, I'm a sick man, Robert. What can I say? Chief Bender, 23-5 for the 1910 A's with a 1.5 earned run average. Be traveling to Boston. Mel Parnell takes the hill at Fenway. 25-7 that year for the 49 Red Sox. And again, as we went over our recap, they chased the Yankees throughout that whole season and came up just a bit short, a 2.77 earned run average. So this was picked by Pete York and Bernie Strom. So we're going to play this by 1949 rules, looking at the starting lineups here. So this is going to be speed versus power. As you'll see here, there's some serious power on the Red Sox side. Leading off at the hot corner for the Philadelphia Athletics, Frank Home Run Baker. Now, the dead ball guys will get a little bit of boost here since we're playing 1949 offensively. So we'll see how that plays out. It'll be fun. Blackjack Berry batting second at shortstop. At third, one of the greatest of all time, second base Hall of Famer Eddie Cocky Collins. Batting fourth in right field, Danny Murphy. Batting fifth and catching, Ira Thomas. Batting sixth, left fielder Topsy Hartzell. Batting seventh, first baseman Harry Davis. Batting eighth in center field, Amos Strunk. And the great Chief Bender batting ninth. For the hometown 1949 Red Sox, leading off at third base, Johnny Pesky. Batting second, and some have argued was actually a better ball player than Brother Joe, Dom DiMaggio. Of course, the man that needs no introduction. In left field, some scrub named Ted Williams. Batting, how about it, the splendid Splinter. Batting fourth, and I think, JT Dutch talked about this, a very underrated player, Vern Stevens. Batting fifth in right field, Stan Spence. Batting sixth, Hall of Fame second baseman Bobby Doerr. Batting seventh at first base, Billy Goodman. Batting eighth and catching, Bertie Tebbetts, a great baseball mind, Bertie Tebbetts, and Mel Parnell. Let's get out to Fenway Park. This will be using Mike Silva's ballparks. So here we go. And the stadium is indifferent right now. So I've told the story many times. First thing I ever encountered on Robert's channel was stadium barfs. I did. I'm like, okay, I'm subscribing to this guy, and ended up what a great time it always is, and I love it. But you meet a guy that says stadium barfs, and you have to subscribe. That's all there is to it.
Now you say stadium barfs. What is that?
So if you've never caught an RGL network, we're going to play Nosebleed today. That's cool. So here's the deal, because I mean a lot of people know Robert, in the community. So Robert not only does the ball game, but Robert is also Robert kind of like has the crowd there, right? So stadium will cheer, and I'm not going to do his trademark voice or anything the way he does it. Stadium will cheer, they will groan, they will barf. Robert, of course, has the block dragon. It's so much fun. And again, man, when you hear somebody say the first words you hear, stadium barfs, I'm like that. And I hit the subscribe and the bell, and turned out, again, somebody here who seriously knows baseball. But we still have Robert and I a civilized debate, Sandy Koufax versus Lefty Grove. We will get there at some point.
There is no debate. Sandy Koufax, the best left-hander.
Oh my God! All right, here we go. Leading off is Frank Baker.
If you had to have one game you absolutely had to win, and you had a choice between Sandy Koufax and Lefty Grove, Sandy Koufax is your choice.
Lefty Grove is my choice. Thank you. Lefty Grove is my choice, man.
You're not taking Lefty Grove. You're taking a guy with a curveball that was pretty much unhittable. Actually, no, it was unhittable. Even Mickey Mantle said, "How are you supposed to hit that shit?"
Yeah, the Mick didn't face Lefty Grove, but others did. It's going to be fun, and it's going to be civilized. And one thing I think we can both agree on: two great, not only just left-handers, two great pitchers, Koufax and Grove. I mean, and I'll tell you what, I'll throw another guy in the mix there that doesn't get a lot of attention and should, is the great Carl Hubble from the New York Giants. Ridiculous. His screwball was nasty. All right, here's Frank Baker, bats lefty against Parnell. We're going to do a pan around here at the oldest ballpark in the major leagues, Fenway. So never been there yet, but do want to see a game there. All right, here we go. The wind and the pitch. We're in the nosebleed section, and Baker lines this one to third. Johnny Pesky makes the play. So one down, top of the first inning, and here's Blackjack Berry. Barry, a 259 hitter in 1910, 3 home runs, 60 runs batted in. Parnell has the sign from catcher Bertie Tebbets, the wind in the 2-2 delivery. Barry swings, and this one's going to be a little hopper, and Johnny Pesky playing it on the bounce and makes the catch. So 2 consecutive 5-3 putouts, 2 down here at Fenway, top of the first, and striding to the plate now, Eddie Collins, 324 average for him in 1910. 3 home runs, 81 runs batted in, and I'm sure a ton of steals. Mel Parnell lets it go. The 0-2 pitch on the way to the lefty Collins. Collins, big swing and a miss. Curveball getting in there, and Collins chases. That's the first, and the Philadelphia Athletics go 1-2-3. Bottom of the first, the Boston Red Sox will lead things off here with Johnny Pesky. Pesky, a 306 hitter, 1949, 2 homers, 69 ribbies for him. Chief Bender has the sign from Ira Thomas. The 1-2 delivery on the way from Chief Bender. Here it comes. Swung on, Pesky, grounder to short, ranging over to his left, and making the play is Jack Barry. So 1 up, 1 down now for Dom DiMaggio. And again, I've heard people argue that contemporaries, they felt that Dom was actually the better baseball player than Joe. I think he was more popular in some ways, like apparently a nicer guy than DiMaggio. Maybe that informed it. But Dom DiMaggio, certainly a fine baseball player. Youngest brother, Vince, well, he played for the Pirates. So I guess we can say that, a 240 lifetime hitter. But how about it? Three DiMaggio brothers making it to the majors. Joe and Dom, the first bona fide Italian-American superstars. So
it's funny that you mentioned about Eddie Collins. Eddie Collins and Red Faber have a slight distinction. They are the only 2 players from the 1919 Black Sox that are actually in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Everybody else on that team, no.
Oh, Eddie, right. And it's too bad because you had a couple guys that certainly Shoeless Joe Jackson and should be in. I'm sorry. Right. But you had a couple other guys there. Eddie Seacott could have been a Hall of Famer.
Eddie
my God.
Seacott is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay? He's a Hall of Famer. He just needs to be in there. Okay.
Yeah.
So, of course, Shoeless Joe Jackson is the Willie Mays of his time. All right.
Oh,
but Eddie Collins and Red Faber are the only 2 players from that club that are actually in the Hall of Fame.
That's wild.
And
that is wild.
Nobody else. Only 2 Hall of Fame. Only 2 of them. When you think that, and
damn you, Charles Comiskey. Seriously, the guy was so penurious, man. He was awful. And in an era of awful owners, Comiskey was the worst. He was just the worst. The guy was just an absolute putz. Yeah.
There were a lot of people said that there were a lot of players on that team, that could probably still be, have a shot at the Hall of Fame. A lot of people say Buck Weaver should have a shot at that.
Yes. Yes.
Buck
absolutely.
Weaver, or should have a shot at it. But the Eddie Collins, the one of him and Red Faber, was 30. He was of course a backup pitcher. He was a backup pitcher. All right. I think starter. All right. And actually did pretty good, but he wasn't Eddie Seacott. But Eddie Collins, he batted .333 at 47 home runs, 3,300 hits.
Yeah.
Okay. 6 World Series titles.
And look at the stolen base numbers.
741 steals.
Yeah. And an excellent defensive second baseman. Collins was, they called him cocky because he was not shy about bragging, but like Rickey Henderson, he backed it up. Right. Collins was one of the greats, is one of the greats. Dom DiMaggio, a 307 hitter, guys, in 1949, 60 ribbies, 8 home runs. Bender deals 1 down here, bottom of the first to Dom. Full count. DiMaggio looks at ball 4. So this one, fastball just missing off the corner. And here comes the splendid splinter. Man, these numbers are just insane. Williams, a 343 average in 1949, 43 home runs, 159 runs batted in. You couldn't pay this guy today. 2-2 pitch.
He would be $1 billion player.
He would. And the throw down, not going to be in time. Dom DiMaggio has committed some petty larceny, and he is in there. So the Red Sox bringing a little running game here. Count full on Ted Williams. Here is the pitch. Williams tries to hold up. Hard to strike out. Bender gets the strikeout. So 2 away, full count. Andrew RW603. Haven't seen him in too long. He is here with us, as is Sports Gaming Journal Jamie. Guys, if you're a member of the Ned McGreevy Discord, you're a member of the Fields of Dreams Discord, there's a channel devoted to Jamie's Sports Gaming Journal. It's must read. Jamie just does a great job. Jamie, I miss you, man. I miss you guys over there in the Fields of Dreams Discord. Congratulations to you guys moving forward to season 9. It's crazy.
Awesome.
Joe Murray says when we were talking about the DiMaggios, he was thinking of the 4 Delahantes. Yeah. The Dela, of course, Ed being even though he did take that little walk off into Niagara Falls, great players, the Delahanty. Joe Delahanty was no slouch, not Hall of Fame, but fine player. Of course, then you have the Thibault brothers, the 3 Thibaults, Pussy, Patsy, right? There was really. It's Pussy Thibault. I think that's Ken Castro's favorite player. Don't let him tell you it's Billy Hamilton. Vern Stevens, guys, 39 home runs, 159 runs batted in, 290 average in 1949. Joe DiMaggio in scoring position to second here at Fenway. And the 1-1 pitch. And this one sent out to center field, and sinking liner, Amos Strunk has it for the out. So the Red Sox, no runs, a walk, and a man left in scoring position. We go to the top of the second inning. We are scoreless. Let's have a quick look at the starting defense for the Red Sox. We'll do the same for the Athletics then. Ted Williams in left, Dom DiMaggio in center, and look at that range in that arm. Stan Spence over in right. From first to third, we got Billy Goodman, Bobby Durer, Vern Stevens, Johnny Pesky, so strong up the middle, strong infield here for the Scarlet Hose. Bertie Tebbet's pretty good catcher back there, and then Mel Parnell on the mound. Wrong picture of Danny Murphy, guys. Sorry about that. You can't change these, unfortunately, in tournament mode. So just pretend it's old-timey Danny Murphy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Robert.
I said that Dom DiMaggio is better than Joe. No.
It's. I mean, some people said it. And again, my thing is, could it be that? I mean, again, he was more affable.
No.
But he was a fine player. And what
Dom
sucks?
Dom DiMaggio, I will put in the Hall of the very good.
Very good.
Good. But up to Joe, up to the Yankee Clipper, no. And by the way, the answer is no. Okay, so
okay,
no.
I'm not saying he was, but I've heard people talk that they felt that Dom was the better player. But I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, certainly. But I do know that
the 3 MVP. Let me see. What is it? Is it the 3 MVPs? Maybe it's the 9 World Series titles.
Could be the 9 World Series. Might be though something little like that, right?
Like that. How about he goes into military service and he comes back and he's still belting, and he's still going ahead and belting over 300. Yeah,
he was great, man. He was great, certainly.
Joe DiMaggio, one of the great.
I'm
pretty sure nobody will have your problem if I say he's one of the greatest of all time.
Well, one of the reasons why I like the 1936 Yankees, you used to have Gehrig doing like just tearing it up, and DiMaggio's rookie year. People talk about the 1939 Yankees or even the 27 Yankees. I love the 36 Yankees. That's probably my favorite Yankee team of pre-1961. That no knock on Murderers Row, but that 36 squad, when you got DiMaggio just busting out and Gehrig just killing it, that's a scary team. Danny Murphy hit an even 300 in 1910, 4 home runs, 64 runs batted in. So community picked these two teams. Bernie picked 1910 Philadelphia Athletics, and Pete York. I wonder if he's related to Rudy York, picked the 1949 Boston Red Sox. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Danny Murphy. Murphy swings, and this one liner to first, and Billy Goodman making a fine pick out of the air on that. So 1 up, 1 down now for the catcher Ira Thomas. Thomas hitting a 278 clip back in 1910 when Ken Castro was, I think he was 27 at that time. Anyhow, 19 runs batted in with a home run. Parnell deals. He has a strikeout in this game already. And Ira Thomas is going to send this out to right field, and can of corn out there. Spence calling off DiMaggio and making the catch. So 2 away here for Topsy Hartzell. Weak hitting 221 with 22 runs batted in. No homers in 1910. Again, homers weren't really a big thing, though. Hartzell, hard grounder up to third. But staying with it is Johnny Pesky. They go 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and we are scoreless at Fenway. Looking at the starting defense,
between Chief Bender and Parnell, this should be a pitcher's duel.
It should be. It definitely should be. In left field, we got Topsy Hartzell, and center Amos Strunk. And right, again, bad picture of Danny Murphy, but there he is nonetheless. Harry Davis at first, Eddie Collins at second, Cocky Collins, Blackjack Berry, excellent player at short, home run Baker at the hot corner, Ira Thomas catching. All right, Stan Spence, Bobby Dorr, and Billy Goodman do up.
You mentioned Amos Strunk. He was a pretty decent player.
Yeah, he was. He really was. I would say Hall of. So we should Hall of very good. We could even do one under. So how about some players that are Hall of good? Because there are Hall of good players, I think, and maybe yeah. I mean, certainly. I mean, I would say Blackjack Berry's a Hall of very good too. He wasn't. So I mean, Hannes Wagner is the definition of the modern shortstop. So before Wagner. Right, you had great. It was a very much a defense-focused position, and you had deserving Hall of Famers like Bobby Wallace. Wagner changed that paradigm, but Jack Berry, Jack Berry representing the older style shortstop, and was a very, very good player, super important in those. There we go. So Andrew talking about Harold Baines. Harold Baines gets mentioned again in a broadcast. Hall of very good. I agree. Harold Baines. Respect, dude. What, 20, 22, 23, or whatever it was.
No problem with his ability as a player.
Right.
But
It's not Hall of Fame. No, he's not Hall of Fame. Stan Spence, just 180, a 180 average with a run batted in. So we didn't have time to go over lineups, but we're having fun. All right, here we go. Bender bringing it, and Spence cuts from the first pitch. Fly ball. This one in a gap. This one down toward the triangle, bouncing around. Stan Spence is going to stop at second. So how about that? Weak hitting right fielder hits it out to the triangle. Red Sox with the runner in scoring position, and that's the first hit in this ball game. And here's the great Bobby Dorr. Dorr hitting 309 in 1949, 109 runs batted in, and add to that 18 round trippers. Bender has a check at Spence, knows there's no speed there, and ready to deal to Dorr. First pitch swinging. High fly ball, right field. Should be no trouble. Oh, that was close, though. So Eddie Collins actually going way out there, telling Danny Murphy, I'm not sure about you. We're both Irishmen, but I'm going to take it down. Out number one. Nowhere for Spence to move. And here's first baseman Billy Goodman, 298 hitter, 56 ribbies, no homers in 1949. Count 2 balls, no strikes. Bender deals. And Goodman, just a little pop-up on the infield, no big deal. And Eddie Collins says, yep, I can take it in the outfield and the infield grass. 2 down now for Bertie Tebbetts. Tebbetts had a pretty good year in 1949, a 270 hitter, 48 ribbies, 5 home runs. 2-2 pitch on the way to Tebbetts. Big swing and a miss on the changeup. So we are still knotted at 0. The Red Sox get a hit, and they leave a man. We go to the top of the third. And it would be Harry Davis, Amos Strunk, and Chief Bender due up for Connie Mack's White Elephants. So, quick trivia. I'm going to put it here. Stick Tap Sports Network says, let's go Eagles. I mean athletics. Oh, we got Tim. Tim's been sitting there for probably 5 innings. Tim, how you doing, man?
I have not been. I've only been for about 5 minutes.
All right. Everybody welcome in Tim. So, Tim, we're going to figure out which of your games in your back catalog that we'll watch as a group, because I want everybody to check out.
I wish I had my like RJL with his games of the year, games of the replay that I could.
I'll tell you what, you guys.
I'll go back in my catalog and I'll pull something up.
That would be awesome, Tim. I'd be an honor, man.
That I did have pull up that could be pretty interesting, but we'll see.
Okay. I'm guys, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love Tim, man. It's good stuff. Harry Davis now leading things off here for Philadelphia in the number 7 slot. Davis, a 248 clip, 48 runs batted in, and a home run in 1910. All right, Parnell in 2 innings has struck out a batter. Count 2 balls, 2 strikes on Davis. Here's the pitch. Davis swings. This one slow roller out to third, and Johnny Pesky's not going to let anything get by him. So score that one 5-3, 1 down now for center fielder Amos Strunk. Robert and I were talking about Amos. So limited action in 1910, though. Only 48 at bats, hit 333 with 2 runs batted in. Strunk a lefty batter. Parnell has the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Here's the wind in the 0-1 pitch. And this one, Squibber back to the mound. This is going to be close. And Parnell fielding it off the bump, but has trouble getting it out of the glove. I think the grass is a little high here at Fenway. Strunk has an infield single, and it brings up Chief Bender. Bender, not a bad hitting pitcher. 269 average of 16 runs batted in and 93 at bats in 1910. Strunk, good speed at first. Parnell checks the runner, and here is the pitch. And he's swinging away. This one driven to right, and right into the glove of Stan Spence. So quickly, Amos Strunk gets back to first. We're back to the top of the order for home run Baker. 0 for 1. He's ahead 2-1 in the count. And this one, ground ball base hit down the right field line. Baker is going to make second easily with his speed, rounding third and holding, though, is Amos Strunk. So Baker now allowing the Philadelphia A's to threaten, but 2 down here in the top of the third, and it brings up Blackjack Berry. So no more no-hitter. That was very quick. All right, Blackjack, nothing for 1. Count full on Berry from the stretch. Here's the pitch. Oh, diving stop at short. How about that one? How about that one? Great play by Vern Stevens. So Philadelphia leaves 2 in scoring position, and it continues. We are 0-0 as we go to the bottom of the third. Be Mel Parnell, Johnny Pesky, and Dom DiMaggio. As World's Worst Gamer says, hello, Timmy. Spence carrying some bricks in his pockets. World's Worst Gamer says, well, right. Sean says back here, he says to Andrew, missed the days when he liked the NFL and put together Stupor Bowl parties. Various people miss out now because of what the NFL's turned into. Can't remember the last year I had one. So there we go. I'm glad folks have come in. I know that at 6:30 there's going to be only like 3 of us in here, but it's all good, man. It's all good. All right, Mel Parnell. Let's look at him as a hitter in 1949. So in 114 at bats, Parnell did pretty well for himself. 254 average with 13 ribbies. Bender deals to the lefty. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Parnell swings and misses, and that's the screwball coming in there from Chief Bender. Back at the top of the order now for Johnny Pesky. He has 0 for 1. 1-2 the count. Pesky grounded out his last time up, and he's going to ground, and he's going to line back to the pitcher. Nice grab there. So this overhead view couldn't tell quite what it was. I don't pay attention to the play-by-play too much. All right, Dom DiMaggio up now. So the lone walk here. Here's the pitch. The 1-2 from Bender. DiMaggio swings. Hard ground ball to first, and racing him to the bag is Davis. DiMaggio out 3 unassisted. 3 up, 3 down. Top of the 4th here at Fenway Park, gentlemen, and we have no score. Eddie Collins, Danny Murphy, Ira Thomas due up. Looking at the weather here at Fenway for this opening game of this series. 58 degrees, partly cloudy. We have a wind going out to right at 13 miles per hour. All right, Cocky Collins, 0 for 1. Parnell sets and fires. The count, 1 ball, 1 strike to Collins. Collins swings. This will be a routine 4-3 put out, and indeed it is. Bobby Dorr up with it and fires it on to Billy Goodman. All right, Danny Murphy now in the box. Murphy swings at the first pitch. This one driven to center. Back at the triangle, and you can kiss it goodbye. Danny Murphy of the 1910 Philadelphia Athletics draws first blood here, and the A's lead it 1-0. We're playing by 1949 metrics here. All right, here's Ira Thomas now. See how Parnell recovers. 1-1 pitch.
By the way, Beatles, I do have the video that you can rewatch. I may have mentioned this game once or twice, but for those that may never have seen it.
All right, looking forward to it, Tim. Do you want to spoil now, or do we just want to do it later? Do you want to spoil what the game is now?
It's a 1967 Mike McCormick replay against the Astros.
Excellent. So We're going to be doing that. I don't know if you're going to be if you are going to be watching Super Bowl. We can do it later. However you want to do it
during the game. I'll just have the game on mute. Not like I want to listen to Tom Brady and Burkhardt anyways.
All right, cool. What I'll do is I'll have you give me the link to that in the when we're ready to do it in the private in the part. Yeah, the private chat part, because I can click on links there. So you'll be on here, and I think you can hit private chat, and you'll be able to put that link in.
Yep.
Looking forward to it. 2 away now here for Topsy Hartzell. Parnell ready to deal with 2 down here. 1-0 Philadelphia lead. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. Lefty deals. Hartzell, little blooper out towards short, and making the call and the catch is Johnny Pesky. Pesky, human vacuum cleaner right there at the hot corner. So 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Athletics lead the Red Sox 1-0. Cross-era play here at Fenway Park. Splendid Splinter, Verd Stevens, and Stan Spence do up. Williams 0 for 1. Bender 3 strikeouts and a walk through 3 innings of work. You're still with us there, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We need some Harry color commentary. I think.
Harry Keller.
So it's the $100,000 infield. Do they have to describe the things that a bagel might say?
Pretty good.
Good point.
Nice.
Good point. So that is Sean does point out, this is that 100,000. That was a lot of money back in those days.
Oh yeah.
Connie Mack, very, very proud. And I mean, it's a tough infield. I mean, you look at these guys. You look from, Jack Berry, no slouch. Eddie Collins. Frank Baker. Good God. This was tough. Stuffy McGinnis was actually the first baseman that comprised the rest of $100,000 infield. Not getting a start today.
Connie Mack wasn't really a cheapskate, wasn't he?
So what's been said about Connie Mack? A very, very complex character. Really, really brilliant baseball man. No, he was very smart. So I was talking about this last night a little bit. So a lot of owners, right, to get money, they're like the Pittsburgh Pirates will sell off an amazing team, right? But what Connie Mack did, and if you look at these Athletics from 1910, 1911, right, those great teams, and then the 29, 30, and 31 A's, what Connie Mack's philosophy was, he said, I'm not going to sell off my whole team because nobody's going to come to see them. Better to sell off a few of the guys and have a team playing good ball and finishing maybe third. He said, I've still got crowds coming in. And Connie Mack, manager of the Athletics for 50 years and also part owner, great baseball man. Even as a player, he could snap his fingers such that it sounded like a ball was being foul tipped. So good. He started with the Pittsburgh Pirates. But yeah, Cornelius McGillicuddy, what a name. That was his real name. But no, he wasn't a cheapskate. He was actually among owners. He was one of those owners that was very much loved by his players. He was not a Charles Comiskey type owner. Yeah, he was, and never wore a uniform when he managed. Aaron always wore a suit and that kind of thing, and would caution players, don't get Mr. Cobb angry. And while he didn't like John McGraw very profane, this is high praise coming from Connie Mack. Connie Mack said that that John McGraw was probably the greatest baseball mind. And you know what? I think McGraw, again, blowback, I'll take it. This is a free forum. To me, John McGraw, probably top 3 baseball managers in the entire history of the game. McGraw able to manage both in the dead ball and live ball era consistently. His tactics. John McGraw, I think, was just a great manager. So, yep. Any, I don't know. There's guys that are that are not in the Hall of Fame like Danny Murtaugh that should be. But we talk about managers, and John McGraw, I think, deserves, if not the greatest manager, one of the top 3. I don't know, Robert. What do you think? If you're with us,
I think John McGraw. You want to talk about a true baseball mind.
Yep.
What much can you say about the guy? Okay.
Well, they would all be superlatives, that's for sure.
John McGraw. John McGraw. Okay. had 3 World Series titles and 10 pennants. Okay,
Mhm.
he managed, the old Baltimore Orioles and the New York Giants all the way to 19. I mean, he managed a long time. I mean, he started as a. I mean, and I'm looking at it. Since you brought him up, I'm looking at him right now. He started managing at the age of 26.
Smart kid.
That's unheard of.
And he was a pretty good ball player. His lifetime average 340. He was a
That's
third
young
baseman
for
for the
a
Baltimore
manager.
Orioles
Yeah,
under
no,
Ned
he's in the
Hanlon.
Hall of Fame. Man's in the Hall of Fame. Okay, and they call him. They nicknamed him Little Napoleon or
Little
Blunt,
Napoleon.
and
He's a tough bastard,
you
man.
know, and and he managed. I mean, started at 26, and then managed all the way till he was 59,
Uh-huh.
and mostly with the same team. I mean, the 19. I mean, he was with the Baltimore Orioles, the old Baltimore Orioles. Okay,
Right.
Before they were the Yankees.
before it became the New York Highlanders and then the New York Yankees.
Right.
All right. Then he was with
But
the New
stayed
York
with the
Giants
Giants then.
from
Yeah. And
1902 to 1932.
I know. And you know what? You know what his last official act in baseball was? Right before he retired, he filed a protest against an umpire. He was combative, but McGraw was brilliant. In fact, stole the thunder from Lou Gehrig. So it was the year that McGraw died. So it was a game. Gehrig hits 4 home runs in a game, and in the same day, John McGraw died and stole the headlines. Gehrig just couldn't catch a break in New York under the shadow of Babe Ruth. And then, John McGraw, 4 home runs in a game. And the big headline of the day was the death of John McGraw. But that's just how great John McGraw was.
I mean, I'm looking at his managerial stats. I mean, he won the world. I mean, he's got 3 World Series titles. One of them, I think, was the 1905 New York Giants, which looks like to me one of the greatest teams of all time.
Mm-hmm.
The 1905 New York Giants. I mean, 105 wins. The 1904 team had 106 wins, but won the pennant that year.
Tough team.
1904. I mean,
oh yeah,
they didn't play the World Series in 04. If I'm correct, there was no 04.
Well, that's because McGraw and owner Brush didn't want to play because John McGraw hated American League president Ban Johnson.
And so, but then they play in 1905 and he wins it. I mean, I don't know. Really, now, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm only looking at his stats, so I really don't know really about the person himself because, this is way before. This is before my grandpa's time. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's before my grandparents' time too.
I mean, my grandpa was a young kid back in the 1920s and 30s before World War II, but still. But I did read up a little bit about him.
Yeah,
I mean,
Andrew.
He was a heck of a player, and
he was.
He was a heck of a player, and a man could manage. I mean,
yes, he could find a man for hitting a home run. By the way, I love that story.
I wonder
find a man for hitting a home run.
Find him. Yeah, McGraw was calling for. He was calling for a bunt, and I forget. I did know who the name of the player was. I can't remember who it is. Hit a home run. Right, rounded the bases, came in, and McGraw fined him $500. He said, "But Mac," he said, and his players called him Mr. McGraw. So Mr. McGraw had a pitch. He said, "I don't give a damn." He said, "I'm the manager. I told you to bunt." I mean, the Giants won the game, but the poor sap got fined $500. But the thing about
his damn salary,
exactly. Now, here's the thing about McGraw, though, that a lot of people should realize: McGraw never penalized his players for physical errors on the field ever. In fact, the 1908 Miracle Boner and then Fred Snodgrass muffing the fly ball during the 1912 series, he raised both of their salaries. What McGraw would punish is if you didn't pay attention and if your error was a mental lapse, if your head wasn't in the game, McGraw would be on you like brown on rice. But if you made an error, and again, these were 2 big costly things. It cost the Giants Miracle in 1908 and Snodgrass in 1912. And everybody forgets Snodgrass makes a great play on the previous batter right before that infamous muff in center field. But McGraw said, look, he made a mistake. He's a human being. Our bodies or whatever. I mean, McGraw was very forward thinking and would never, ever, if a player made a physical error.
He got ejected a lot, though.
McGraw, oh hell yeah! In fact, sometimes McGraw loved playing the ponies, right? And he would purposely get ejected so he could go to Aqueduct or wherever the racetracks were. Yeah, so he sometimes was on purpose. Also carried around a rope used in a lynching. But here is a beautiful quick tale about John McGraw. So McGraw wanted integration in baseball. But in that time, guys, the teens, 20s, 30s, teens, 20s, 30s, whatever, that it was just a no-go. They found among his effects after he died a list of Negro League players that he wanted to sign to the Giants. And in fact, you guys know the story about Charlie Grant. If you don't, check out that in the Ken Burns baseball documentary or any good baseball history. McGraw saw, what can we say that McGraw was forward thinking in terms of ethnic racial relations? I mean, McGraw wanted to field a good team, and I think that he did see the foolhardiness in not allowing these players to play. Contrast that with Pie Traynor of the Pirates, who Cumberland Posey had sent him a list of players. And so the Pirates in the 1930s are still a good team. Still a good team. You had the Wayner brothers, all this, and so he's given this list. And on this list are people like Josh Gibson, Satchel Paige, right? Amazing players. Cumberland Posey said you could have these guys for such and such an amount. The Pirates and Pie Traynor, who was managing, never answered. If the Pirates had done so, they had a chance to not only integrate baseball, but be an absolute dynasty for the next decade and a half. Very, very short-sighted. So that's why I love Mike Garland's integrated mod, because to imagine a time when baseball would be played without the color barrier is a beautiful thing. Sean says, Andrew, of course, we already put it up there. Yep. Fenway Park, the day it opened, had its thunder stolen because of the Titanic. So built by a bunch of Northern Irishmen. Sean says, speaking of mistakes, Lil Stoner just dropped a pop out on the mound with 2 out, cost the team runs. I guess he was high. Vern Stevens here. All right, Bender deals to Stevens, a 2-1 pitch. Stevens swings, and this one grounded past second into center field, base hit. And Boston picks up its second run of the ball game. 1-0 your score now for Stan Spence. He's 1 for 1. All right, a 1 pitch. Spence sends this one out to right, twisting foul in the seats, but no. Great play there by Danny Murphy. All right, so 2 down. Vern Stevens camping out at first, and here's Bobby Dura now. 1-1, popped out his last time up, and Dura this time, little roller to second, and this one is going to be easily played by Eddie Collins in the 4-3 putout. The Red Sox strand a runner. We go to the top of the 5th. 1-0. We got us a good ball game here. Harry Davis, Amos Strunk, Chief Bender. What was that, Aaron?
What was the year the Pirates had an all minority
1971. So
lineup?
I'm so proud of my Pirates for doing that. 1971 fielded the first all minority lineup and also hosted the first nighttime All-Star game or World Series game. So Pirates did some pretty cool things in
that year.
Pirates and Orioles. Yep. We beat them again in 1979. So There you go. 2-2 pitch on the way to Davis, and Davis sends this out deep to left field, but 10 feet short of the track. Ted Williams sees his name all over that ball and brings it in. Out number 1. Amos Strunk, 1 for 1. So we talked about the late hitting Amos Strunk, but said, yeah, watch this. Or limited batting time. 1-1 pitch to Strunk. Strunk clubs this one. This is going to be, liner right into Stan Spence's glove. Thought that was going to be a gapper in the alley. 2 down now for Chief Bender. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cut on. Fly ball center field. And right into the glove of Dom DiMaggio, ranging to his left. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on. You guys picked 2 good teams here, Pete and Bernie. It's 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. We'll see Billy Goodman, Bertie Tebbetts, and Mel Parnell. A 1 pitch on the way to Billy. Goodman cuts on this one. Roller to short. And this is going to be Blackjack Berry firing on to Harry Davis for the 6-3 putout. Bertie Tebbetts now. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. Struck out last time up, and he's going to take a walk this time. If this was Banana Ball, he'd be sprinting down the line, by the way. It's a strange game. I'm not sure if I like Banana Ball yet. I'm still out on that one. Mel Parnell, 0 for 1. Runner on first, 1 away. Parnell hits this one. Could this be 2, 4 to 6 to 3? The pitcher's best friend, inning-ending double play. So Boston has a walk and then gets erased. We go to the top of the 6th. Philadelphia still leads 1-0. Top of the order here for the White Elephants, which, quick trivia, The white elephant thing. Where did that? Who gave them that sort of moniker? Guys, a little trivia. No Googling. Who was it? So hint, it was somebody we were talking about in the game. All right. Home run Baker, Jack Barry, Eddie Collins due up for the A's. Parnell deals. Baker doubled his last time. First pitch swinging, popped in the infield, over on the third base side, and calling it and making it is who else? Johnny Pesky. So Joe Murdy says, 1979, those were the days, my friends. How about it? Doerr had 2 Pacific Coast League seasons, says Andrew, under his belt before he graduated high school. I did not know that about Bobby Doerr. Wow. The answer, by the way, is John McGraw. John McGraw. And a sort of snide remark about the A's. And the A's, instead of making it a negative, wore the white elephant patch. That came from John McGraw. All right, here's Jack Barry batting with 1 down. The count 2 balls, 1 strike, grounded out to Stevens last time up. Barry swings, and he's going to ground out to Vern Stevens again. Score that one 6-3, 2 down. So Bernie believes that the 1980s could possibly be the best team ever. They were crazy. And I mean, taking down the Cubs in 5 games in that World Series, and that Cubs team, no slouch there. All right, Eddie Collins bats with 2 away. Cocky is nothing for 2. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Collins swings, and this one grounded up the middle, base hit. So we'll see if Eddie's going to be going here. Again, we're playing 1949 tactics. 2 outs. You got a 1-0 lead, and Danny Murphy at the plate. Danny Murphy with that solo shot, his last time. He's 1 for 2. And this one's going to be a little roller up to third, and they're going to get Murphy. Johnny Pesky, again. Johnny Pesky could be the third baseman and the shortstop of this team. So the Athletics get nothing on a hit. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and it's 1-0 Philadelphia. And we will see the top of the order here. Johnny Pesky, Dom DiMaggio, and some guy named Ted Williams. Pesky, nothing for 2. The line thus far for Philadelphia, 1-4-0. For Boston, 0-2-0. So we have what they would call in dead ball, a clean game so far. That means no errors. Bender deals. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Pesky. And the lefty cuts on this one. And fly ball out to center field. And that's a can of corn for Amos Strunk. So 1 away now for Dom DiMaggio. Brother Dom, nothing for 1. 1-0 pitch. DiMaggio swings. Hard liner into left. Going down in the corner. That's going to be extra bases for Dom DiMaggio. He's heading for second. And he's in there easily. Topsy Hartzell gets the throw in quickly. So DiMaggio in scoring position, 1 down. Boston looking to get that run back as Ted Williams strides to the plate. Splendid Splinter, formerly of the San Francisco Seals, nothing for 2. Full count on Williams. Williams draws the walk, and a throaty roar goes up from the faithful here at Fenway Park. Third walk issued by Chief Bender, and here comes Vern Stevens, 1 for 2, and again, 39 home runs in 1949, so certainly not a bat to be trifled with. DiMaggio at second, Williams trailing him at first. Full count. We're going to be playing some mogul later. Oh, strike 3 on the outside corner. So nice fastball coming in here from Chief Bender. 5th K of the game. Will the Red Sox let a good opportunity go by the board? Stan Spence steps in, formerly of the Washington Senators. 1-2 pitch on the way. He is 1 for 2 today. Flew out to Murphy and right. Stan Spence swings and just swirls the air around Fenway a little bit. So we go to the top of the 7th inning. And Aaron, warm up your pipes. We're getting close to 7th inning stretch time, if you would. It's 1-0 Philadelphia. Ira Thomas, Topsy Hartzell, and Harry Davis due up for Bernie's 1910 Philadelphia A's. In fact, so Bernie and I, when we do get to our World Series, which is going to happen in our Mac McGraw League, we each picked 8 great teams from early baseball, early modern baseball. So because I had National League, I could pick from 1893 to 1919. Bernie could pick from 1901 to 1919 because he's one of those junior circuit guys. And he loves the A's so much. And this is a Boston Red Sox fan, so a lot of props to Bernie. 3 of the teams he picked were 3 different Philadelphia A's squads. And I believe that it's going to be the 1906 Cubs facing the 1910 Philadelphia A's in our World Series. Joe Murray says with Mogul some time back, he did a 1979 replay, and the Pirates won it all, 109 games, and swept the Yankees in the World Series. No Orioles that year, injuries for them. The yellow feature has been in here since last year. Andrew, it's easier to see because sometimes the ball is going to be rattled around. So I do like the orange trail. And isn't there a football guy, Joe Madden, that started all that stuff drawn on the screen and shit like that?
John
So
Madden?
yeah, was it John Madden that started that?
I think he
Stuff?
did.
Yeah, I don't know. I know John Madden was the coach of the Raiders, so I do know that. So there you go. There's your football.
May have
nod
made
for
it
the day.
popular, but I don't know if he was the first one to use it. Then let's see if there's a noted first telestrator person. Because
All right, sounds great.
Mike Fratello for the NBA that was called the Czar of the Telestrator.
Ah, all right. Well, there we go. Tim not only is giving the proper term telestrator, but also telling us who did it. So there you go. So sorry, John Madden. They were beaten to the punch. What can I say? It was neat though. John Madden would try to talk about baseball every once in a while, and it made me happy that he was a football coach because his baseball analysis. There's it's something I saw on YouTube, and Madden's talking about baseball, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Anyhow,
The funny thing
great
is,
football mind though, right?
Madden was the first to use it. He used it during the Stupid Bowl and between the Bengals and the 49ers, the one in Detroit, or sorry, Pontiac.
So back in the day, right? Didn't they used to play the Super Bowl like even if it was a cold city, they'd play it. They didn't give a damn, right? Wasn't one played in Green Bay or something like?
No. They had one in. Well, it was supposed to be at the Superdome, but it wasn't finished, so they had to play it at Tulane Stadium, which was cold that day.
Okay, because now they're all like indoors and stuff. But
They
I
had
will give
one at the Meadowlands.
Okay,
Sorry, that was MetLife in New Jersey, but it wasn't like super cold in February.
so they lucked out.
Yeah,
See, I don't know. See, the weird thing about it, I will make a comment, and I understand. I think why football does it, but if your team, because they want to get people from all over the place, but if your team has had the best record in the NFL, and you're in the Super Bowl, and again with best record, whatever, if you're the favorite, why not have home field advantage? Why do they put it in New Orleans? Neither of these teams are anywhere close to New Orleans. So why does football do that? Inquiring mind wants to know. Why not have it at just the whoever, right? I mean, because the Steelers never played a Super Bowl in Pittsburgh, right? We know that. Vikings lost all four of theirs, but never lost them to Minnesota.
Right, and they played a couple in Minnesota.
Right. So what's the deal with that? Why does football have its biggest game of the year on neutral territory?
I think a lot of it is that they want to have it in a weather controlled, so that it's not going to be a big snowstorm or anything like that, and so the field conditions.
That would be interesting.
Another reason why is because they want people to be able to access the Super Bowl from different areas of the country. So if you have a Super Bowl one day, you'll have it in Miami, like we do down here a lot. Okay,
right.
Then they want to put it in California. Then they want to maybe go ahead and put it in Texas, or they want to go ahead and put it in a dome stadium like it should be, or good weather, like Tim said. All right, it's supposed to be moved around so that certain fans, so that at one point or other, a fan from any location in America
can see it,
can get to the Super Bowl. All right, in there, close by. All right, remember, why did they do the All-Star game that way? Why is the All-Star game moved every year? Because
but that's not a deciding game. That's not a championship game. It's an exhibition.
But it's still done because they want fans in this certain
to see it.
location.
Yeah,
See
I guess.
right?
So my point is this: though. So football fans, and I've heard them argue this. Yeah, but baseball. Well, you know what? These guys play in sweltering heat. That's pretty damn dangerous. But football, we'll go out there. It snows and blizzards and blah, blah, blah. But for our deciding game, we're going to play it in domes and we're going to play it in California and Florida.
George Carlin.
They did have one Super Bowl. Okay,
Yeah.
There have been a couple of Super Bowls with bad weather. One was down here. Okay, they did have one, that Super Bowl between the Saints.
What, did it rain or something?
And it rained the whole game. All
Oh
right.
my
No, that was
God.
the Bears
Rained
and
the whole
the
game.
Colts
All
that
right,
it
it was a
rained the
very
entire
wet Super
game.
Bowl. The weather was horrible, and one of
Yeah.
the reasons why that they told Stephen Ross you have to put a lid, some sort of a lid on Hard Rock if you want to go ahead and get a Super Bowl or a national championship down here. And
Well, they could have gone to Harbor Freight and just got a bunch of tarps and just there you go.
well, the stadium won't be able to do that, but it took a
I
while
know.
to renovate the stadium to what it is now. All right.
Yeah.
They also had the Super Bowl at MetLife Stadium, which, lucky for them, the temperature at that game was bearable. It was in the 40s, but it was no snow or anything like that.
Okay.
All right, at MetLife in New York. All right, which was I felt a horrible idea, but they got lucky at the weather was good for that game. All right, the Super Bowl has to be held in either a dome stadium or a stadium or that has decent weather for it to be pretty much even. Something that college football needs to learn now with what they did with the college football playoff by having the first round played at Ohio State, Notre Dame, friggin' I mean, come on. No. The college football playoff needs some tweaking. I love the idea and it worked beautifully, but it needs tweaking. But the
Yeah.
Super Bowl has to be held. Plus another reason why. The halftime show. The halftime show, utilize the halftime show as much as it's not just a halftime show. The halftime show is an extravaganza. It is a half an hour long, biggest concert in America. It is okay,
Yeah.
and it must be held in a place because the halftime show usually uses pyrotechnics and a lot of electronic material. Okay, and it has to be held in an area where they don't have to worry about people getting shocked or getting hurt, from anything like that.
Well, but you know what, man? I mean, I get all that. And
It's a big deal.
football is a tough game and blah, blah, blah. But then, if I was an NHL player, I'd be like, hold my beer, dude. Right? We don't just do one game and we don't just play one game a week. I just say, man, football.
I hate this as much as I agree with some of what you've said because hockey players, they're beating the shit out of each other every single game. Okay, especially when it comes playoff time,
and they have to know how to skate.
Yeah, right, and they know how to skate and all that.
Right.
Okay, but you also remember that the player, the equipment that hockey players are using now are much different than the equipment they were using then.
Oh
right?
yeah,
they're designed. If you're a hockey,
I mean, when
player,
Bobby Orr was playing, people were really getting the shit kicked out of them. Yeah.
Remember the NHL is still not and although hockey has been getting stronger in America lately, which it has been, and the NBA has been taking a drop off. Basketball has been dropping a bit. So right now, I think the NHL is number 3 behind football and baseball. But the thing about it is, the NHL as good as hockey is, in that they do not have the marketing power that the NFL has.
No, nobody has the marketing power that NFL has.
All right, they don't have the marketing power that baseball has. Baseball still has high marketing power.
Yeah, it does
because of what it is. But let's put it this way: when you look at a brand new calendar you bought, I have a calendar at work. Okay, and it actually has the Super Bowl on the calendar listed.
Yeah. No, I hear
you. Shit has gone too far.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
No, I mean, I look up the count. I open up February and it says February 9th, Super Bowl. I mean, I didn't write it there. It was on the calendar.
Yeah, right.
Super Bowl. That tells me, okay, now we've gone too far.
See, I would design the damn calendar and I would block out October. And on every single day, I would say the most dramatic sports you're ever going to, because I will hold to my dying day that there is nothing like October baseball in America. There's nothing. It's
now November baseball.
Exactly.
You know what? But it goes, man, and everybody, you go around to pubs and it does that. It's sort of like, like we joke that people, so for Christians, right, they go to church 2 times. A lot of people go 2 times a year, Christmas and Easter, right? In October, everybody's a baseball fan. Everybody's a baseball fan. You go to pubs anywhere around here, it's October baseball, baby. And I'll put that up. Yep. And you know what? The day after the World Series, baseball fans talk about the game. But tomorrow, luckily, thank God, I don't go into work till Wednesday. But if I was working on Mondays, what I'd hear about tomorrow is the halftime show and I would hear about the commercials.
Commercials.
And it's like, but after the World Series last year, everybody was talking about the World Series. So again, people watch what you love and everything like that. But
Only because it was New York and LA. That was
New York and LA. But you know what, man?
Have something to do with it too.
Just Super Bowl can never touch October baseball. And yes, I'm biased. I am biased.
No, that's fine. You can be as biased. You also happen to be wrong. All right. The Super Bowl.
Oh, you mean like I'm wrong about Lefty Grove? Okay.
Well, we already know that. But
oh, bullshit.
The truth of the matter is that okay, the commercials for the Super Bowl are now, I think, what, 100 million a spot or something like that. I don't know how much.
It's probably about three to 3.5.
Yeah, like that for 30 seconds or something. And the commercials are not really commercials. They are actually little movies now. They're short little movies.
I know.
Okay. Commercials during the World Series, during a 7-game series is one thing. When it's only one game that the world actually stops for to watch a game, all right? Because the world doesn't stop for the World Series. It doesn't stop for the Stanley Cup. It doesn't stop
I
for
need to do Austin Powers.
It does stop for the Super Bowl.
Dude, Austin Powers.
Oh no.
$8 million on average for a 30-second spot.
Right.
Oh my God. I love though when baseball does
for a 30-second spot. You better be having top-notch graphics next year.
Millions, billions with a B.
But there was one, I forget which Super Bowl it was. I think it was whatever, it was Lipton or somebody. They did their commercial, and who was in that commercial? And everybody talked about the next day was a Pixar Babe Ruth. So, baby, you know what? What I don't get about the Super Bowl, all right, is this. This is the thing I don't get. Yeah, the world stops. The world also elected President Musk, or at least this country. What I don't get, sorry, I had to get that in there.
Talk about that,
right. But no, but no, okay, but seriously, you know, because the argument about football being this really tough game to me falls flat. Again, marketing power aside and everything, the hockey, which I will contend is a even though they've stopped, right, there's fewer instances of fighting and things like that in hockey, it's still a more punishing game, and the Stanley Cup's not decided in one game. The Super Bowl thing was created out of marketing, baby, and football came into its own during television. Baseball's not a television sport. It's not. It's new people to baseball. I would say don't watch it on television. Go to see a live game or listen to baseball. It's not a TV game. It's not. It's just not. The Super Bowl, I'm not knocking football. It takes great athleticism to play the game, all that kind of stuff. It's not the game. It's the marketing hype that has made it such that the people stop. This is Super Bowl. And as Andrew says here, you know, people want the day after the Super Bowl to be a holiday. I mean, sorry. I mean, I would take it just like I took from the 45th president. Yeah, I took that stimulus money, baby. But I wouldn't be celebrating football. I'd be, oh, I love football because I have Monday off now, Super Bowl Monday. Not when I live in a country as an Orthodox Christian where I can't have Bright Monday off. I don't know, Robert. I get your side of the argument, but a lot of that argument, though, has to come from brilliant marketing from the National Football League. I mean, the company I work for FedEx. We delivered the Vince Lombardi Trophy to New Orleans this year, and also it's a FedEx courier who won a contest in FedEx. He's going to be carrying out the ball to the 50-yard line before kickoff. I work for a company that's football mad, man. You got
to realize also that, you know, with the marketing that's done with the Super Bowl, with the, you know, it really, and like I said, another reason why the Super Bowl, this is why the Kansas City Chiefs are going to win this thing today.
Uh-oh.
And no, I'm sorry, all you Eagles fans.
Fearless prediction here. Here we go. Go ahead, Robert.
I said 6 weeks ago, I said the Super Bowl the fans wanted to see was the Detroit Lions versus the Buffalo Bills. I said the Super Bowl you're going to get is the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Kansas City Chiefs. I said that 6 weeks ago. And I said that 6 weeks ago. And one of the reasons is because Taylor Swift. Now, of course, does she have anything to do with football? Of course not. But
Well,
when
yeah. Well, she's banging a football
But when
player.
she
She's
did
married to
that
one,
back-
but
She
yeah.
is banging a
Taylor
football
Swift
player.
is still the biggest. Is still one of the biggest performance right now.
Yeah.
Performers in the world, and
Yeah.
she rakes in millions. So
Yes,
when
she
he
does.
found out that,
And has great
that
legs too.
Travis Kelsey was with her, somebody in the marketing department said, how can we do this? How can we market this? Well,
Right.
put it this way. Last year's Super Bowl, between the Chiefs and the Niners, was the most watched program in history.
Wow.
Period. This year, it's going to be
Mhm.
probably the same, because now you got the Eagles and the Chiefs instead of the Niners and the Chiefs.
Right.
Okay, two still very big fan bases. Okay, for both teams. All right,
Right.
but she's there, and they're going
She's
to put.
there.
There will be. I guarantee you, there will be a camera on her the entire time.
Well, of course.
Okay.
Of course. I mean, that would be
Because the
stupid not
Swifties-
to.
Because the Swifties want to see her.
Yeah.
All right.
Well.
And
Yeah.
that's the reason why, when I knew the Chiefs, that's why I said before the season even started that if Taylor Swift is still dating Travis Kelsey, the Chiefs are going to be in the next Super Bowl. And again, I was right. Okay, I truly believe the NFL is. As much as I love football, and I do believe the NFL is rigged. It is I believe it's rigged, it is rigged because the calls that went against Buffalo and with the Chiefs, the calls that went against the Ravens, okay, with the Chiefs, not the Ravens, the Texans, okay, the Chiefs, the officiating has been nothing but pro Chiefs the entire time. Patrick Mahomes is the new Tom Brady. Now, of course, they say, well, there'll never be another Tom Brady. I said that. I said that at one time too. Wrong. There is a new Tom Brady. His name is Patrick Mahomes, and now you got to protect him in every way.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes. They called a roughing the passer, an unnecessary roughness when Patrick Mahomes went down and two Bills collided into him, but they never touched him. They just collided above him, but they still called unnecessary roughness on the Bills. Okay, the NFL is totally rigged. There are certain teams that will never see a Super Bowl. One of them is, unfortunately, mine, the Miami
Your Dolphins. Yeah.
I will never see a Super Bowl. Okay, not as long as Stephen Ross is the owner of my team. Why? Because he screwed up with Brady. He got fined. We lost the number one pick, and now he is blacklisted among the Super Bowl owners. On anyway, I would just sell the team.
Robert,
will never see a Super Bowl. My Dolphins will never see a Super Bowl again. Never.
We will get back to baseball in a minute, everybody. Hang in there.
Never see a Super Bowl again. As much as I'm a Dolphins fan, and I am, we will never see a Super Bowl again. There are teams there that will never see one. Okay, there are a number of teams out there that have pissed the NFL off that will not allow them to reach the Super Bowl. The reason, that's just the way it is. The NFL is totally rigged. Okay, so if you're a fan of the Dolphins, like I am, the Jets, I don't think the Jets will never see one. All right, because Aaron Rodgers right now was not really well liked anymore off the field. Okay, there are just certain teams that will never see a Super Bowl. Who you might now that Tom Brady took a controlling interest in the Raiders, though, now that's a possibility. Now that Tom Brady has control a little bit of the Raiders, how would the NFL would love to hand the Vince Lombardi Trophy to Tom Brady, but as an executive with the Raiders, with the Las Vegas Raiders? I predict in a number of years, the Vegas Raiders will win a Super Bowl, no matter who is on that team. Okay,
Interesting thought. We'll see how that plays out.
The team may stink, but somehow or other, this team's going to make the Super Bowl, and Tom Brady will win it this time as an executive with the team. Okay, the NFL is totally rigged.
Will the ball be inflated? That's my question.
I totally love football. I totally love it. I love the game. I think it's awesome. I love college more than pro, even though college football is getting close to a little bit of NFL type rigging, but not quite yet because of the certain regular season games that are rivalry games and such. I can't see a lot of rigging there. All right, but the NFL, no.
So you heard it here,
NFL
football
stands,
fan.
the
Robert.
NFL stands for No Fun League, and it absolutely is true.
Topsy Hartzell having fun here. Not really. He's 0 for 2. Full count coming into Hartzell. And Hartzell goes down. So there he goes. Little curveball action there by Mel Parnell. 2 out. Harry Davis now in there. I just figured we'll get through this game, guys. We can chat then a bit more. 248 average for Davis, 41 ribbies, and a home run. He's 0 for 2 today, though. 2 down. The 1-1 pitch flew out his last time up. And Davis, little golf job there into left center field. So 2 out base hit for Harry Davis. The lone hit was the Danny Murphy home run and hit by a dead ball team. That's been your only scoring. That's back in the 4th inning. All right, here's Amos Strunk now. He is 1 for 2. Davis, good speed on first. 2 away. Parnell with a 2-1 delivery. And this is a wild pitch going all the way back to the screen is Bertie Tebbetts. And Davis will move into scoring position for Philadelphia. Lefty Strunk back in the box. The count 3 balls, 1 strike. And Strunk hits this one routine 4-3 put out to end the inning. The cheers go up here at Fenway. We head to the 7th inning stretch. It's 1-0. The 1910 Philadelphia A's leading the 1949 Boston Red Sox. Joe Murphy says, funny Robert has said that about Brady. I was just telling a neighbor about that today. The people I stay with, they hate Tom Brady, man. They would hang him from whatever, tar and feather him, all those kinds of fun things. Bobby Dorr, Billy Goodman, Bertie Tebbetts due up. Bender working now with 6 strikeouts under his belt. Bobby Dorr swings, and this one popped up on the infield, and Colin Ford is second baseman Eddie Collins. 1 up, 1 down for Billy Goodman, who is 0 for 2. Lefty stands in. Bender has the sign from Ira Thomas. Here's the wind and the pitch to Billy. And Goodman, first pitch swinging. Is this a gapper? Oh, diving catch in center field by Amos Strunk.
Nice catch.
Covering all kinds of acreage out there in the pasture. Let's check it out here. So that deserves a little telestrator action, if you will. And, of course, bam! Whoa. Nice full ball extension. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Boom!
Especially with the small gloves. That's a tough play.
That was a tough play. All right, here we go. And, I mean, these little dudes here, you know, look at them, little ant-sized guys. Boy, didn't Mike – I'm glad I picked this view. What an example of Mike Silva's work. So you work with Google SketchUp. I mean, this is how he did these things. These just blow my mind how well Mike did this. And this started out of just curiosity. I wonder if I could do this in Google SketchUp. And now, guys, thanks to Mike, we have every ballpark from 1901 to present, plus some 19th century ballparks to boot. It's Bertie Tebbetts now. It's better than that default generic stadium that comes with the ball game, which is awful. So when you buy out of the park baseball, get Mike Silva's ballparks and uniforms, guys. Full count on Tebbetts. Jeez.
Tebbetts.
And Tebbetts is going to draw the walk. Here we go. So the tying run is aboard, but with 2 down. Boston not getting a lot of opportunities in this game. And here's Mel Parnell. Will Boston allow him to hit? Looks like they are. Grounded out his last time out. Parnell's going to ground to second again. No, he's not. Booted out there by Eddie Collins. This could be costly. It's getting interesting now here in the bottom of the 7th as Johnny Pesky strides to the plate. We're back at the top of the order for the Boston 9. Pesky in the game, 0 for 3. All right. Bender rubbing up the ball, not asking for a new one because it's already too clean for him. And here is the pitch to Pesky. Pesky swings, hard hit ground ball, base hit, right field. And this one will tie the game. The throw home, the tag, no, it's offline. And the Boston Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th tie it up 1-1. Here we go again, a whole new ball game. And the tension builds here as Dom DiMaggio strides to the plate. 1 for 2, 2 in scoring position, 2 out. Golden chance here for the Red Sox to wrest the lead in this game. Bender from the stretch. And the 1-2 pitch. DiMaggio doubled his last time up. And the only thing that happened there was a strikeout. So the Red Sox score a run and even things up. We go to the top of the 8th. And we'll see the number 9, 1 and 2 hitters. Chief Bender, Home Run Baker, and Blackjack Berry. Bender, 0 for 2 in the game. Again, a pretty fair hitting pitcher, 269 average in 1910. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Flew out his last time up. Bender swings. Just a sharp wrap out the second. All day for Bobby Doerr to come up with that and feed it on to Billy Goodman. Could have walked it over to him. All right, home run Baker, 1 for 3. 0-2 pitch on the way to home run Baker. And Baker, a little dribbler to second. Baker, good speed going down the line. Close play at first. They get it by an outside lash. So good play by Bobby Doerr to get the fleet-footed home run Baker, and it brings up Blackjack Berry now. Berry, 0 for 3 today. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Berry swings, and this one, fly ball center field. And coming in a few paces is Dom DiMaggio. So the Athletics do nothing. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. We are knotted at 1. So 2 good baseball games so far today. Ted Williams leading it off here for the Red Sox. Williams 0 for 2 in the game. Lefty stands in. Walked last time. First pitch swinging. Ground ball to short. Jack Berry has it. Score that one 6-3. 1 down now for Vern Stevens. Vern Stevens has a hit in 3 attempts. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Struck out his last time up. And this one, grounder to short. Jack Berry hesitates for a moment, then fires on to first to get Vern Stevens. So quickly 2 away now for Stan Spence. He has a hit in 3 tries. Here we go. Spence, first pitch swinging, and grounder to second. And that's going to be Eddie Collins to Davis in the 4-3 putout. The Red Sox go quietly. We go to the top of the 9th inning, and Philadelphia will send up Eddie Collins, Danny Murphy, and Ira Thomas. Mel Parnell has 2 strikeouts through 8 innings of work. Eddie Collins, 1 for 3. Legendary second baseman, bats lefty, stands in. 2-1 pitch on the way to Collins. Collins swings, and this one lined out to center field. Dom DiMaggio making the play. So 1 away quickly. Danny Murphy, the only run up until the bottom of the 7th. Danny Murphy with that home run back in the 4th. Here's the pitch. Murphy swings, and little dribbler back to the mound. Parnell has it and throws out Danny Murphy. So 2 away now, and here's Ira Thomas. 0 for 3, count even. And this one drilled to the gap and left. This will get down off the scoreboard for extra bases. And Ira Thomas will get into second with a 2-out double.
The Fenway faithful say boo.
They're booing here at Fenway.
The Bluebirds are in flight.
And here's a Philadelphia A's player that deserves a lot more love. Definitely Hall of Very Good. Rube Oldring. So Oldring in 1910, a 308 average, 57 runs batted in, including 4 home runs. Thomas on at second. Philadelphia looking to reclaim the lead here. Parnell ready to deal to Rube Oldring. And he's going to intentionally walk Oldring. So Oldring will saunter down to first, and it brings up Harry Davis.
I swear I heard
1
him say,
for
pitch
3.
to you, pussy.
Parnell deals a count 3-0, and this pitch missing inside, and they load him up. So Parnell issuing his second walk of the game. And here is the other member of the $100,000 infield. So Connie Mack holding him back till now. Stuffy McGinnis. McGinnis, a 301 hitter in 1910 with 12 runs batted in. Only had 73 at bats, but here we go. Thomas at third, Oldring at second, Davis at first. Lots of speed on the base paths here. So a base hit by McGinnis, and that's going to knock in at least 2. 2-1 pitch. McGinnis swings, and this is just going to be a grounder to short. Oh, look at that, huh? So the Athletics, we'll let the crowd settle. The Athletics waste an opportunity. Bottom of the 9th, will we have a walk-off, just as we had in our first game? Max Bishop with a 3-run dinger to end that game. Bobby Doerr, Billy Goodman, Bertie Tebbetts. So Bender with 7 strikeouts and 4 walks through 8 innings. Bender has a lot of gas left in the tank here, as you would expect. 0-1 pitch on the way. Doerr popped out to second his last time up. This one wrapped to center. This one has some distance and short of the track. Rube Oldring, who stays on to play center field, as it should be, tracks it down for out number 1. All right, here's the lefty Billy Goodman. 1-2 pitch on the way to Goodman. Flew out his last time up. Goodman looks at a call. Strike 3. All right, so Bender coming with a little bit of heat there. So 2 down. Looks like we might have some free baseball unless Bernie Tebbetts cranks it out here. Tebbetts nothing for 1. Tebbetts swings and ain't going to be cranking that anywhere except the first base. McGinnis camps under it, and that does it. We go to the 10th inning, and we are knotted at 1. So it's going to be Chief Bender, Home Run Baker, and Jack Berry. And Philadelphia is going to allow the Chief to stay in the game. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Grounded out his last time up. Bender swings, grounds to short. And a little double pump there by Vern Stevens. Score that one 6-3. 1 away, baseball fans. Swing around to the top of the order. Home Run Baker, 1 for 4. Parnell, here we go, the 2-1 delivery. Baker swings. This will be a base hit, left field. So Philadelphia for the 7th base knock of the game. And they are not happy about it here in Boston as Blackjack Berry steps in. So nothing for 4. He wants to get off the bubble right here. Baker, excellent speed, but Tebbetts, good arm behind the plate. Here's the pitch. Tebbetts goes, I'm sorry, not Tebbetts goes. Baker slides, and he is in there. So Tebbetts loses this one. Baker now in scoring position. The 1910 A's playing a little bit of dead ball station to station here. Berry back in the box. The 3-1 pitch. And Jack Berry sends this one to center field. It's got some distance, and this is going to go all the way to the wall. Jack Berry comes through with an RBI double. The 1910 Philadelphia A's reclaim the lead 2-1 here in the top of the 10th inning. The baseball gods are smiling today, and here is Eddie Collins, 1 for 4.
Connie Mack would be proud.
Connie Mack would definitely be proud, my friend. All right, here we go. Here's the pitch. And the runner goes, and Tebbetts can't even get the ball out of the glove. And so Jack Berry steals third. He says, all right, you youngsters, we're going to show you how we played it back in the Wild West days of baseball. Definitely baseball, much rougher, faster game in the dead ball era. Again, I would just recommend, guys, pick up a great book, fast read. It's called Tales from the Dead Ball Era. It's crazy, crazy great book. Here's Eddie Collins now back in the box. Count 2-0 on Collins. Collins swings. This is going to do it. This is driven into the gap in left center field. Eddie Collins RBI double. And he is in there saying, this is why I'm a Hall of Famer, kiddos. So Philadelphia doing with a nice mix of good hitting and some good base running. Boston playing the infield. Looks like they're crowding in here for Danny Murphy. Danny Murphy with that big home run, 1 for 4 overall. Collins in scoring position, 3-1 A's lead. Here's the pitch. And Danny Murphy's not even going to get a chance to hit. He is going to take the Asante down to first, and it brings up Ira Thomas, 1 for 4. Collins at second, Murphy at first. Top of the 10th here at Fenway, 2-1 pitch. Game 1 of 7. So fly ball, line drive to right, and Stan Spence makes the catch. 2 down now for Rube Oldring, making his first plate appearance of the season. 0-2 pitch. Oldring, little squibber out in front of the plate. Oldring going down the line to first, but they got him. That ends the inning, but the damage and maybe the nail in the coffin has been done. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 2 left on for the 1910 Philadelphia A's. We go to the bottom of the 10th. It's 3-1. All right, let me see. We have Ben Hauser coming in now. He'll be playing first base for the Philadelphia A's. Heine Heitmuller. I'm terrible with German names. Out in left field. There you go. And we are good to go here. We have a pinch hitter now, Sam Meal, or Melee. We'll call him Sam Meal. So limited time in 1949, just a 196 hitter, 7 runs batted in. Then we go back to the top of the order, Johnny Pesky and Dom DiMaggio. All right. So Red Sox down 2 in the bottom of the 10th here at Fenway. 0-2 pitch on the way. Sam Mill wrapped to third. Diving stop over there by Home Run Baker, but again, rushes his throw. Score that one E3, and the potential tying run comes to the plate. So Bender, just a glance over at Home Run Baker. Looking to turn 2 here. Johnny Pesky with an RBI in this game, 1 for 4. Count full on Pesky. Here's the pitch. And Pesky pops this one foul ground, third base side toward the dugout, and making the catch is Ira Thomas. So 1 away. All right, these Boston fans looking for Dom DiMaggio to do something here big. He is 1 for 3 in the game. He represents the tying run. 0-2 pitch to DiMaggio. And he swings, grounder to short, 6-4-3. That's your ball game. The Philadelphia A's stave off a little bit of a threat here from the Boston Red Sox. Let's look at our game recap here. We get back to a little bit of chin wagging for at least a little bit. So Philadelphia draws first blood. So we'll be playing this on the channel throughout the coming weeks because this is a fun matchup, I think. When the games really matter, the 1910 A's, congratulations, Bernie, put on their best show, beating the Red Sox by a final score of 3-1. Chief Bender threw 10 innings of 4-hit ball. The 1910 A's now lead Boston 1-0 in the best of 7. Bender pitched a complete game for Philadelphia. The 26-year-old right-hander was charged with 1 run and 4 hits. He struck out 8 during his 132-pitch performance. So for the A's, 3 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. For the Boston Red Sox of 1949, 1 run, 4 hits, and no errors. 1 home run in this game, hit by Danny Murphy. So just quickly, your player of the game is Chief Bender, as it should be. All right, fun stuff. Definitely. It's one of the things I love about out of the park baseball is the freedom to do things. So there we go. So Tim, I'm thinking I'm going to grab dinner here pretty soon because I've decided not to do the try to do the 18-hour stream. That just makes no sense. We're gonna let Dwayne Martz. We'll let Dwayne Martz hold the record for the longest stream here in the YouTube Sports Gaming.
Gotcha.
He beat me last year. Bernie, thank you for showing up. Hopefully you'll be back. I should be back, guys, in about a half hour. And Tim, what I'll do,
I'm putting the link in the private chat right now, and that's about how long this game is.
Okay. All right. Oh, length. I'm cool with that. So I'm going to copy this, put it on my desktop, and then when we come back, guys, we're going to do something. Thank you so much for this, Tim. I really appreciate it. Guys, what we're going to do is we're going to come back and we're actually going to be showing a game on Clee Baseball Fan 879's channel, which is you guys are going to have a lot of fun. And Tim, you're doing this on Strat, right?
Well, this was in Strat. This is an already recorded video from a couple of years ago, at least.
Okay.
Running the McCormick replay.
Okay, we're going to do this, and hopefully you'll be on the mic if you want to. I know you're going to be already talking and stuff, but
right,
you want to make some comments or whatever, But I thank you so much, my friend. I always say, always talk about building community, and I think this is. And I'm not doing this and throwing shade and saying, to people, hey, you could do this for me too. No, I don't care about that. What I care about is that I respect you. You know your baseball, you're serious about it, you're a good guy, and I'm always talking about what you're doing and your great approach to what you do. And I'll tell you what, I think it'd be helpful for Strat players too, because we have a lot in the community. So guys, we'll be back in about, I don't know, well, Tim, I don't know, what are you, I want to kind of work around you here a little bit. So
I'm cool. That's like I said, it's not even close to being game time yet, and I'm just gonna have the game on mute anyway. So
okay, so I'll be back roughly a half hour, guys, and Sean. So we're not going to do any more NFL talk now. We've done our thing, and it was cool. And I always enjoy talking to.
Are
Robert.
We gonna take a break for about a half an hour and come back?
Yep, we're gonna be back in about 30 minutes, and we're gonna try to go the rest of the evening. So we're gonna have a game from Tim. Then we're gonna kick up some other games, some Action PC.
And as much as I want to join the Chinwag, but I will be watching the Super Bowl. So.
And Robert, I do. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope that you want the Chiefs. You're thinking the Chiefs win. So
I'm thinking the Chiefs win it because like I told you, it's rigged. So that's what I'm thinking will happen. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out.
Yep. So later on tonight, guys, just to let you know what's coming on. So we're going to do Tim's game and maybe have just a little talk with Tim because I really, really enjoy talking with him as I do with Robert and Aaron. Aaron will be back on with us, I hope. And but also, guys, little later tonight, we're going to get in the Wayback Machine and we're going to go back and play a game of Micro League Baseball, the Commodore 64 version. So,
Ooh.
yep, we're going to be doing that. So that'll be fun. We're going to do some action PC baseball. We're going to do a game of Baseball Mogul because we rarely do it. And then we're going to do a Diamond Mine game, and that's going to be an open mic invitation for folks. And just do whatever. Maybe we'll have a little trivia contest. Maybe we'll visit that baseball's that really cool baseball app that we've had on here. And I actually got not a full strike on it, but it was like some Russian troll bitching because I had a snippet of George Sisler's voice on there. Whatever. So we're gonna have fun. Yeah. So very, very quickly, I can't remember the name of the thing, but it was this great thing that came out in the early 2000s, and it's brilliant. And you can buy it. It's available on old-games.com. And it's this great thing where they have all kinds of interviews with baseball players.
Yeah. I've seen it before.
Right. So I played a clip from you got Derek. Maybe I can get you on the mic for a little bit tonight. Derek Bain is going to be on the channel either this week or next. We're working it out. I can't wait, man. So Derek Bain, he's a rock star, dude. So we do some micro league tonight. But again, I'll tell you
the
way I've got to do micro league. I don't remember all the commands, so every once in a while I'm going to be going to full screen to little screen. Anyhow, so this thing, I'm playing this app, right? And it's somebody interviewing George Sisler. George Sisler is one of my heroes in baseball. He really is. I mean, never got to see him play, but it doesn't matter to me. And so I get this little thing from YouTube because I'm not big enough to be monetized, and I don't give a shit about it anyhow. I don't want to ever monetize the channel. I'm like, Robert, I'm not going to ask this wonderful community to pay for extra content or to sit through. I don't want them sitting through commercials. That's bullshit. Google and YouTube have enough money. Anyhow, I get this little thing from YouTube, and they're like, somebody filed a copyright claim against you, and they're like, don't worry about it, but blah blah blah. And they said what it was this clip because of George Sisler's voice. Now I'm sorry, dude, but there's not a lot of serious baseball fans know who George Sisler was. At least they've heard the name. Yep. But I'll be damned unless there's some hardcore baseball fan, super hardcore baseball fan in Russia. That's bullshit, man. But anyhow, so I'm going to make sure to have that George Sisler because they cut it. So we had to cut out that part of him speaking. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So, but if you guys, so we're going to do that. We'll just make it kind of free form, kind of fun. And we'll be back in about a half hour. All right. Robert, thank you so much, dude. I know that you and I get into some good spirited conversation, but it's always fun. Aaron, looking forward to having you back tonight. Sure. And Tim, I am so stoked to do one of your games on the channel. So it's going to be fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll see you guys next time.
All right, Robert. Be good. And remember, guys, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, RGO Network, 1983 All-Star Game using Inside Pitch. I didn't do it as well as Robert, but what the hell? There you go. All right, guys, about a half hour. We'll see you. Until then, hang out the batting cage. All right.